Chapter 3096. Li Xiaoyao from his previous life had awakened. Let's not talk about this anymore. You, on the other hand, aren't you cultivating the Een Maiden Divine technique? You need to absorb the realm essence of men, so Linling is beneficial to you. You should have sex with him. Thank you, Senior Sister Long. After chatting for a while, the woman smiled and looked at Linling like a snake staring at its prey. Then she waved her hand, and her boundary energy enveloped Linling and brought him to the second floor. Although this Linling is very annoying, he's also a big shot. Plus, he's handsome, so you won't lose out. Have fun. Longyang smiled enviously as she watched the woman leave. Thank you, Senior Sister. Junior Sister knows that Linling is probably the best man Junior Sister has ever played with in her entire life. The woman let out a crisp laugh that was like a silver bell, and it contained a hint of lust and evil. After you're done, don't kill him. He has something I need. Longyang said again, but the woman had already disappeared from the second floor. Hee hee, to think that a peerless genius of Tantra would end up like this. How sad. The third floor quickly quieted down, but not long after, a young man appeared with a smile on his face. He seemed to have arrived from the chaos of the universe. Clearly, he was extremely powerful. Dragon Lady, I've helped you once, you should contribute something, right? Then, the young man looked at Longyang with a burning gaze. Senior brother Dongmen, we're just doing this for our own benefits. There's no need to talk about who's helping whom. As for what I should contribute, if you want my body, then don't even think about it. For some reason, I, Longyang, can't lose my virginity. If you want to use force, then I can only fight with my life. Longyang's eyes were cold as she looked at the young man. Hearing this, the young man frowned deeply, but he felt that Longyang was not joking, so he endured it in the end. However, she still smiled and said, "You're practicing some kind of cultivation technique, so you have to maintain your virginity? I didn't expect the #1 beauty of Tantra to be a virgin. I'm envious of the man who'll get your body in the future." There will never be. Longyang shook her head. The young man shrugged and said, Linling's poison at first Linling's. However, the woman who cured Linling's Linling was the #1 beauty of Tantra. If you feel unreconciled, I can let Junior Sister accompany you. Thinking about it, she should be very happy. Dragon Mother said. I can. The young man licked his red. He was Lady Sister. Dongmen. Dongmen Dongmen Dongmen. Dongmen Dongmen. Dongmen Dongmen. Dongmen. Dongmen's S Dongmen. Lu Dongmen Dongmen. Dongmen Iani Dongmen Dongmen go Donger's end. Come, let's drink. I'm waiting to see how useless Linling is when he wakes up. He's so strong in this life. He must have been trash in his previous life. Junior Sister is also looking forward to it. The two of them quickly sat down, drank and chatted happily, and waited for the result. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the woman had already taken off her gown, revealing her fair skin and a body that could drive any man crazy. However, her eyes were fixed on the otherworldly man, and she could not help but lick her lips. This action was also very flirtatious. You're the only man who's worthy of me, Linling Linling. I'll make you very comfortable. Her jade-like feet stepped out, and a patch of white flowers continued to jump around. At that moment, Linling's face was flushed red. Although his eyes were closed, one could see that his breathing was extremely heavy. Obviously, the poison of desire had entered his soul. Although his subconscious mind was rejecting everything, his body betrayed him. His soul had entered thousands of reincarnations, and this reincarnation was even more terrifying than the ghost city in the rainforest's holy land. That was because these thousands of reincarnations had reached the era of the gods. At that time, who was Linling? Who was he in his previous life? Wake up, you can't fall here. Wake up. However, just as he returned to the first life, an ancient voice sounded in Linling's soul. This made him sober up a little. Next, he skipped the first life, lingered in the second life, and turned into a mortal. Then, the third life, the fourth life, and the 100 reincarnations. The hidden dazzling light on Linling's body gradually dimmed. It was as if he had become a mortal from his previous life. This poison is indeed as terrifying as the rumors say. No matter how powerful a genius or a saint is, after being poisoned, they will become immortal. They will no longer have the all-powerful aura. This Linling is so pitiful. He was originally at the peak of the spirit state, but he still fell. Sensing the changes in Lin Ling's body, the woman did not do anything for the time being. Instead, she watched curiously. Finally, after seeing the mortal light on Lin Ling's body become stronger and stronger, she quietly climbed onto the bed and covered herself with a blanket with a smile. At this moment, Lin Ling had reincarnated for thousands of times, and the saint light on his body became dimmer and dimmer. One had to know that the birth of a powerhouse also required the recognition of the universe's chaos. This power of recognition was invisible, just like the fate of the Son of Heaven. When you have the fate of becoming an emperor, then even if you are a peasant, fate will arrange for you to become an emperor. On the contrary, if you have the fate of a mortal, then even if you were born in a noble family, you will inevitably end up as a mortal in the future. In the universe's chaos, there is a mysterious destiny. This was also the reason why warriors cultivated, because they wanted to defy the heavens and change their fate. However, Lin Ling's previous life was not as dazzling as this life, but there was a life where his name shook the 9 states. And that was the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. Unknowingly, Lin Ling came to Li Xiaoyao's life. Suddenly, his body began to emit a powerful aura, as if a saint had descended. That destiny, that fortune, was even more terrifying than Lin Ling's in this life. I am Lin Ling, killed by Longyang. Lin Ling's hazy soul gradually began to wake up. His soul was roaring, causing his body to become even hotter. The spiritual energy hidden in his dantian was rolling at this moment. Rumble! Lin Ling's cultivation realm had completely stepped into the 8th level of the martial immortal realm, and the other 3 dantians had also smoothly stepped into the 8th level when he was on the verge of death. What? The woman sleeping next to Lin Ling exclaimed at this moment. Normally, after Lin Ling was poisoned by the divine poison, he should have turned into a mortal. Even if his cultivation was still strong, it would definitely be difficult for him to control it. Then, she would use the sexual intercourse technique to steal Lin Ling's cultivation. However, Lin Ling had broken through. Poisoned, then broken through? Thinking of this, the woman's body trembled. She turned her head and looked at the handsome young man beside her with her beautiful eyes. The young man's face was as cold as a knife, and his breathing was as heavy as a cow's. However, his calm appearance made the woman feel a little terrified. Could it be that I'm imagining things? The woman muttered to herself. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's slender eyelashes moved slightly, and his eyes opened. A cold gaze, as if from the depths of hell, looked indifferently at the woman beside him. Chapter 3097. I am Li Xiaoyao. You, who are you? The woman's voice was trembling because she realized that the young man beside her was different. He looked like Lin Ling, but he didn't. Instead, he looked like the ruler of 9 prefectures. Could it be that Lin Ling was an extremely terrifying existence in his previous life? I am Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling spat out these words coldly and stood up. Spare me, spare me. The woman hurriedly knelt down. Her entire body was white, and she was trembling. She felt that the poison had awakened a death god. I never thought that I would be able to see this world again. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the woman. He opened his arms as if he was hugging the sky. At this moment, he looked more like Li Xiaoyao. He was naked. His muscles weren't burly, but they were as exquisite as gems. His long hair cascaded down casually. How was this a young man? He was more like a lazy god emperor who had just woken up. However, Li Xiaoyao is Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling is Lin Ling. I will return him to you in this life. The man said coldly. His tone was domineering. It was the aura of stepping on the geniuses of 9 prefectures. His gaze moved quietly and landed on the beauty beside him. He said disdainfully, You are worthy of me? I am sorry, I am sorry. Lin Ling, you can have anything you want. Please spare my life. The woman kowtowed on the bed. The current Lin Ling was even more terrifying than the previous Lin Ling. I want your life. Lin Ling stretched out his hand and patted the woman's head. The latter wanted to say something, but she died in the end. Perhaps before she died, she never thought that she would be able to have sex with Lin Ling. However, this step seemed close, but it was as far as the end of the world. Lin Ling glanced around and saw his clothes and 2 swords. His heart skipped a beat. Instantly, all his clothes floated over, and the 2 swords hung lightly on his back. Longyang, I've told you not to think too highly of yourself. He stepped out and walked towards the third floor. At this moment, on the third floor, Longyang and the others were still drinking, quietly waiting for Lin Ling's miserable state. However, they were chatting and laughing at the beginning, but when they talked about everything about Lin Ling, their faces became serious. This Lin Ling is from the Azure State. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be so powerful. He has dominated the spirit state in such a short period of time. I couldn't believe it. Even now, I still can't believe it. That's right. I've seen countless geniuses, but this is the first time I've seen someone like Lin Ling. That's why I've always been curious as to why he has such power. Longyang, I reckon that he has a true backer, a powerful cultivator from above the spirit state. With the support of that powerful cultivator, he will naturally be able to do the impossible. You have a point. The two of them looked at each other. They both believed that Lin Ling had the support of a powerful cultivator. Humph, he's only relying on his backer's background. If we're comparing individuals, he can't compare to me at all. Dong Men Hong drank a mouthful of wine and consoled himself. Moreover, this consolation made him smile. Come, let's drink and wait. When Lin Ling appears again, he will become an ant-like existence like he was in his first life. Longyang also smiled gently and clinked her wine glass with Dong Men Hong's. Smack. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then, a slender figure lifted the curtain and appeared before their eyes. This made Longyang and Dong Men Hong stop drinking. That's right. Give me a glass. The person said calmly. His expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Dong Men Hong and the others frowned. They did not know if the Lin Ling in front of them was still the Lin Ling in his first life. Sure, but I want to ask why you want to drink. Dong Men Hong fiddled with the wine glass in his hand and suddenly laughed. Although Lin Ling had suddenly appeared, he believed that the current Lin Ling should be in his first or second life. Anyway, he was definitely an ordinary person and was definitely not the Lin Ling of the past. After drinking, I'll kill you. However, Lin Ling's next sentence stunned Dong Men Hong and Longyang, and their hearts trembled. Kill them? Could it be that Lin Ling had returned? How could this be? That kind of divine poison was not something that ordinary people could detoxify. Are you Lin Ling or someone else? Longyang immediately acted as if she was facing a formidable enemy. I'm Lin Ling's previous life, Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao said. Lin Ling moved and sat down in front of Longyang and the others. Then, he poured himself a glass of wine and drank. Previous life? Li Xiaoyao asked. Could it be that Lin Ling was also an expert in his previous life, and was even stronger than the current Lin Ling? Longyang and Dong Men Hong were shocked. They felt as if they had done something wrong, because they had awakened an existence that was even more terrifying than Lin Ling. Subconsciously, they looked at Lin Ling, but found that Lin Ling's eyes were half closed and he was calmly tasting the wine. It was as if he was not worried even if the sky collapsed. Lin Ling, you're a genius of Tantric Buddhism. But do you want to know what I think about this? Do I believe you? Do I believe you? Longyang frowned and said lightly. So what if I believe you? So what if I believe you? Lin Ling smelled the wine in the glass and said to himself. I'm telling you, I don't believe you. I think that you didn't rely on yourself to become a genius. Longyang said through gritted teeth. Perhaps this was her opinion of Lin Ling. All this time, not only had she been jealous of Lin Ling, but she had also been disdainful of Lin Ling. She felt that Lin Ling was only so dazzling because he was favored by Xing Shiyun. However, she was rational. She knew that there was no such thing as reaching the heavens in a single step on the path of martial arts. Lin Ling could only be said to be lucky. Speaking of this, Dong Men Hong was even more dissatisfied. He was the second most talented genius of Tantric Buddhism, but he had lost to Lin Ling. Most importantly, he had never heard of Lin Ling's name in the beginning. Therefore, how could he be convinced? Lin Ling, what else do you have other than luck? Your talent is not as good as senior brother Dongman's. Your cultivation time is not as long as his, and you don't have the arrogance that a martial artist should have. It's as if you don't care about anything in the spirit state. You lack the focus that a genius should have. You don't deserve to be called a genius. Lin Ling, if you didn't use sorcery, you wouldn't be my opponent at all with your own strength. How can you call yourself a genius? Dong Menhong and Long Xiaoyao's voices became hysterical. Perhaps they had both been humiliated by Lin Ling before. One had been rejected in public, while the other had been defeated twice in public. They were not ordinary people, so how could they swallow this? Most importantly, Lin Ling had appeared out of nowhere and had no previous achievements. Seeing a person they didn't know suddenly standing above their heads and humiliating them, it was easy to imagine the knot in their hearts that they suppressed in their hearts. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. Compared to their agitated expressions, he seemed very calm. He clearly did not want to explain anything. In terms of experience, talent, and achievements, Li Xiaoyao was indeed not famous in the spirit state. It was difficult for people to obey him. Chapter 3098. Why? Are you done? Stop. Finally, Lin Ling put down his cup and looked at Long Yang calmly. Long Yang, I told you that after drinking that cup of wine, you and I are strangers. I also told myself that I hope you don't think you're smart. Unfortunately, you did. Stop. He looked at Dong Feng Hong. I defeated you twice in a row. You don't even know what kind of existence I am, and you dare to attack me for the third time. I said that after the third time, I will make your head roll on the ground like a gourd. Stop. I know that you're not willing to accept this, but I can tell you that my existence is something that you'll never be able to imagine. Stop. Since you're not convinced, then I, Lin Ling, will tell you what I rely on. Stop. Lin Ling stood up. The dragon god roared, and the true inheritance dark sword floated out. Calamity-destroying sun bow. Stop. The terrifying dragon bone bow appeared, and Lin Ling gently pulled it back. At this moment, it was as if he could kill the 9 states with an arrow. The scariest thing was that the true inheritance dark sword turned into an arrow and was held in Lin Ling's hand. The sword was pointed at Dong Menhong. The entire mountain peak instantly split open, and the ants collapsed. The plains of the spirit state also continued to tremble. This change made Long Yang and Dong Feng Hong's expressions change drastically, especially Dong Menhong. He looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Last time, you said that I defeated you with my demonic arts. This time, I'll show you my true strength. Stop. Dong Menhong, I'll give you 3 breaths time to prepare. After 3 breaths, I, Lin Ling, will take your head. Stop. His soft voice drifted out, but it carried a domineering aura. Come on, don't use your demonic arts. I think you, Lin Ling, are only a... Stop. At this point, Dong Menhong didn't hide his strength anymore. He unleashed his full strength, and a huge sacred mountain appeared in the sky. An ancient pagoda appeared, and his true god martial spirit exploded. Long Yang was extremely nervous, but she believed that Lin Ling, who didn't use his demonic arts, was no match for Dong Menhong. 3 breaths time. At the same time, Lin Ling let out a cold shout and drew his sword like a dragon god. Roar. On the plains of the spirit state, there were waves even though there was no wind. A dragon was roaring in the sky. Rumble. Dong Menhong's talent was pierced through by the arrow. The 5th grade supreme artifact pagoda in the sky broke through the void. Even the true god martial spirit was unable to block it. Whoosh. The sword turned around and pierced through Dong Menhong's head like a divine arrow or a Buddha's bow. One shot kill. Gulyalu. Dong Menhong's head rolled on the ground. His eyes showed that he had died with a grievance. He was the 2nd most powerful genius in Tantric Buddhism, yet he was killed by a single shot. This was an outcome that he never expected. Perhaps before he died, he only knew that when Lin Ling attacked for the 3rd time, his head would roll on the ground like a gourd. After killing Dong Menhong with ease, Lin Ling waved his right hand and the dragon bow disappeared. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at Long Yang calmly. Now you should know that the reason why I was valued by Tantric Buddhism was not because of my relationship with my master, but because I have the potential to rule the 9 prefectures, as well as the speed of my growth that surpasses all the other monstrous geniuses. When these words reached Long Yang's ears, her heart collapsed. In the past, when Lin Ling faced Dong Menhong, he could only rely on his demonic arts. But today, when Lin Ling faced Dong Menhong, he only needed 1 arrow. The entire process didn't even take 3 months. This increase in cultivation level, this increase in strength, was truly too terrifying. This made Long Yang feel as though she had seen a god. Following that, endless regret filled her heart. She knew what kind of existence she had provoked. I thought I was clever. Long Yang muttered to herself. If she had a choice, she might have used that cup of apology wine to sever ties with Lin Ling forever. Unfortunately, she did think she was clever. Lin Ling walked over expressionlessly. You should know that if you harm me, Lin Ling, there will only be one outcome. You can resist now, but I don't think it will be of much use. This sentence sounded like he was talking to a friend, but it was mixed with indifference. Plop. Long Yang was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her beautiful face turning pale. Although Lin Ling's words were arrogant, they also represented the truth. She couldn't resist Lin Ling. Lin Ling had already arrived in front of Long Yang. The tyrannical Song sword appeared in his hand. His eyes showed no mercy as he wanted to kill her. But at this moment, desire surged into his mind, causing his expression to change. Get lost. I, Li Xiaoyao, have dominated the 9 prefectures and have been labeled as a monstrous genius. I can shock the heavens and the earth and make the gods cry. You want to control me with just a little poison. Sensing the terrifying desire, Lin Ling shouted angrily. However, his eyes gradually turned red as he stared at Long Yang maliciously. Long Yang's delicate body trembled as she subconsciously clasped her legs together. Long Yang, get lost. Lin Ling shouted angrily again. He was using his strong willpower to resist the desire of the god. However, this resistance was also gradually weakening. What made Lin Ling angry was that Long Yang was scared silly and didn't leave. Wasn't she forcing Lin Ling to leave? No, don't. Long Yang's eyes were already wet. She knew what was going to happen next. This was definitely the effect of the poison. She began to cry like a little girl. However, Lin Ling had already rushed over. What followed was a series of cries and moans. Lin Ling, don't. Long Yang's voice also gradually weakened. I will haunt you even if I become a ghost. She cultivated a taboo technique and had to maintain her virginity. However, today, all her previous efforts had gone to waste. Ultimate desolate body? You are cultivating the ultimate desolate body? Is this your secret? At this moment, Lin Ling said as he looked at the powerless beauty beneath him after a round of passion. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. Long Yang's body was extremely weak, but her voice was filled with hatred. This is all because you thought you were smart. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. If not for Long Yang harming him, Long Yang wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Furthermore, Lin Ling had resisted his desire with his willpower. At that time, Long Yang should have left immediately. If she stayed, and with the body of the #1 beauty of Tantric Buddhism, how could Lin Ling, who was overwhelmed by desire, resist? Since you won't let me off, I'll eliminate you by the roots. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. His principle was to treat others the way they treated him. He would not show mercy just because the other party was a beauty. His palm crazily grabbed Long Yang's abdomen, causing Long Yang to let out a painful cry. In her smooth abdomen, a jade-white bone was pulled out by Lin Ling. My ultimate desolate body. Long Yang cried out in pain, as if she had encountered the most terrifying ordeal in her life. Furthermore, her painful voice sounded like she was about to cry. However, Lin Ling ignored her. When the jade-white bone was pulled out, a massive force exploded, sending Lin Ling flying. Lin Ling, the next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Long Yang's hair was disheveled. Using the explosive force, she ran into the distance. However, that voice was filled with hatred. It made one tremble in fear. And this was clearly a warrior's blood oath. Trying to escape? Lin Ling knew that if he allowed Long Yang to escape, there would be no end of trouble. Therefore, he immediately chased after her. Chapter 3099. Azure Dragon Hall Saint. Following that, a golden light shone in the sky, and a tall and sturdy old man with long golden hair appeared in the sky. He looked down at Lin Ling like a god. What was shocking was that the lower half of this old man's body was a huge snake tail, and his entire body was covered in golden scales. Scram! Lin Ling also saw that the person's cultivation was at the sage realm, and the sage light was extremely rich. But now, he couldn't care less because Long Yang was running further and further away. And that was indeed the case. Long Yang's clothes were disheveled and her delicate little face was filled with resentment. She was quickly disappearing into the sky. Today, The reason she had invited Lin Ling here was because of Lin Ling's dragon bones. Those dragon bones could rapidly increase her talent. Of course, she was a rational person. She had thought about this for a long time before she made this decision. In the end, she decided that if Lin Ling died, Xianxia Yun might be furious. However, as long as she unleashed her outstanding potential, Xianxia Yun would not dare to do anything to her. However, no matter how much she thought about it, she would never have thought that Lin Ling's past life was so terrifying. Not only did he cure her poison, he even broke through his realm in a short period of time. Who are you? How dare you speak to a saint like this? Saint, allow me to kill him and restore peace to the spirit province. At this moment, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a young man dressed like a child appeared, glaring angrily at Lin Ling. As far as he was concerned, the young man before him had simply rebelled because he actually dared to speak to a saint of the Azure Dragon Hall in such a tone. Lin Ling kept staring into the distance. Finally, when he saw that Longyang had completely disappeared, his expression became even colder. I am Lin Ling, the person who will kill you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Lin Ling looked at the boy in the sky and slashed out. 30% of the demon sword step, in addition to the fusion of the 4 great dantians, attacked crazily. Previously, Lin Ling had been able to kill Dongmen Hong with the help of the calamity-destroying Sun Bao, because his cultivation had improved to the 8th layer martial immortal realm. Therefore, the power of this sword strike was even sharper than before. What arrogance! The boy didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, daring to kill him in front of a saint. He also used his full strength. Since he was able to become a servant of the Azure Dragon Hall, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. He was a first-layer half-saint. Unfortunately, this strength was simply not enough to look at Lin Ling. Huazi, be careful. The old man didn't care at first, but his expression suddenly changed because he felt that sword strike was extremely sharp. Lin Ling? You're Lin Ling from Tantra. Furthermore, he also realized what was going on. Lin Ling of Tantra? When the boy heard the old man's words, he immediately sobered up. Lin Ling of Tantric Buddhism had appeared out of nowhere. He could be said to be a big shot in the spirit state. He was the most famous person in the spirit state. However, they didn't expect that this big shot was actually so young. Whoosh! With a slash of the sword, the boy's head fell off. He didn't leave behind any words as his soul scattered. You killed him. The old man was stunned in the sky. Then he flew into a rage. I have no enmity with you. Why did you stop me? Don't you know that letting Longyang go is equivalent to killing me? Hearing this, Lin Ling gave tit for tat. You killed Dongmen Hong. He was an important person in the spirit state, so how can I let you go? Furthermore, you killed the boy in front of me. Do you think that the Azure Dragon Hall doesn't exist? The old man's snake tail started to sway, mixed with anger. As a member of the Azure Dragon Hall, they usually didn't care about the matters of the spirit state unless it was related to the Emperor's mandate. Currently, there were a few people who were most qualified to receive the Emperor's mandate, and one of them was Dongmen Hong. Furthermore, Longyang was also one of them. Others didn't know that Longyang was cultivating a forbidden technique, but the Azure Dragon Hall knew. Furthermore, they had been quietly waiting for Longyang's technique to reach the ultimate desolate body. The ultimate desolate body was a talent that only appeared in the era of the gods. The word ultimate represented everything. In the entire 9 provinces, there were only a handful of people who had such talent. Therefore, Longyang had always been valued by the Azure Dragon Hall. It was just that ordinary people didn't know. Why didn't you speak up when they tried to harm me? However, Lin Ling raised his head fearlessly. At this moment, he looked like Lin Ling, but more likely Xiaoyao. His gaze was full of disdain as he looked at the old man from the Azure Dragon Hall. And this kind of aura undoubtedly stunned the old man. This was because the young man in front of him had long hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were staring at him. Not only did he not show any respect or fear, but he looked at him as if he was looking at an ant. Does he know what kind of existence he is facing? The old man was somewhat tongue-tied. In the countless years in the spirit state, he hadn't met such a person in a long time. This was because even the giants of the Mi and Xian sects didn't dare to face him like this. Impudent. Even if you are a genius of the spirit state, if you can't obtain the recognition of the Azure Dragon Hall, you are just a fly. Sigh. But soon the old man shook his head. His eyebrows twitched, and a huge palm mixed with the aura of a saint grabbed at Lin Ling. However, at this moment, exclamations suddenly sounded. Senior Azure, wait! How dare you, old man? Fuck you! At first, the voices were somewhat polite, but the voices that followed were not polite at all. They directly cursed. Then, 5 meteors shot over from afar, cutting through the sky of the spirit state. Countless warriors in the spirit state looked at the sky in admiration. They sensed that those 5 people were definitely the strongest emperors in the spirit state. Bang! At the same time, a fist quickly arrived, releasing the aura of a saint. It collided with the old man's palm, causing the latter's expression to change. Master Tantra? He never expected that killing a genius of the Tantra would attract the master of the Tantra. Moreover, the latter did not hesitate to attack him. One had to know that in terms of status, the Azure Dragon Hall was more sacred than the Tantra. It was just that they didn't care about the matters of the spirit state. Sorry. After the master of the Tantra attacked, he said coldly, Are you crazy? You attacked the Azure Dragon Hall for a genius? The old man seemed to still not believe everything in front of him. But then, something that almost drove him crazy happened right before his eyes. That was because the 4 heavenly kings had also arrived, and they were not as polite as the master of the Tantra. You touched my disciple. The fist with rolling constellation clouds blasted out. Bang! The fist smashed into the old man's face, causing the clouds behind him to explode. The old man's nose crooked, and he spat out blood. He pointed at the constellation clouds as if he wanted to say something. Obviously, he did not expect the 4 heavenly kings to be even crazier than the master of the Tantra and attack him directly. You all have rebelled. The old man shouted angrily, but just as he finished speaking, the other 3 heavenly kings also attacked. Their fists and feet collided, collapsing the sky. Rumble! The battle of saints shocked the entire spirit state, causing all the warriors in the spirit state to be dumbfounded. Boom! Chapter 3100. The Era of the Mi and Xian Sects. You guys are really impulsive. Seeing this, the Tantric sect master smiled bitterly. He did not expect the 4 heavenly kings to have such a big reaction. Are you guys crazy? How dare you hit a saint? Not long after, the old man shot up from the ground and glared at the 4 heavenly kings. These 4 old monsters had joined forces to beat him up for a junior? And he was the Azure Dragon Hall's saint, the servant of God. I even dare to hit a god, let alone you. Xianxia glared angrily at the old man. He did not treat him as a member of the Azure Dragon Hall at all. After he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat him up again. However, the master of Tantra waved his hand and stopped Xianxia. He looked at the old man and said, Lin Ling is the #1 genius of Tantra. Therefore, even the Azure Dragon Hall has no right to attack him. He killed Dongmen Hong and injured Longyang. Isn't that enough? The old man said with bloodshot eyes. Hearing this, Lord Tantra and the others were shocked. Evidently, they did not know about this. You have nothing to say, right? Seeing the state of the Vajrayana and the others, the old man shouted coldly. You're not qualified either. However, after being stunned for a moment, the Tantric master spoke again. This time, the old man was completely dumbfounded. Although Lin Ling was an extremely dazzling genius of the spirit state, he wasn't precious to this extent. Even if they had to sacrifice Dongmen Hong, they had to protect him. His talent is only slightly lower than Xianxia. He is the #1 genius of Tantric Buddhism and the next realm monarch. Tantric Sama said again. Boom! The elder's heart thumped. The importance that Tantra placed on Lin Ling was beyond his imagination. He said in disbelief, Could it be that even your Tantra's Chong Qingzi is inferior to him? Not bad. Master Vajrayana, Xianxia, and the others looked at each other and nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man was completely speechless. Chong Qingzi was the #1 genius of Tantric Buddhism. He received a lot of attention and was also the most qualified junior to become the next master of Tantric Buddhism. But now, Lin Ling was more important than Chong Qingzi? For the sake of Lin Ling, Tantra did not hesitate to confront the Azure Dragon Hall. This allowed the old man to realize that he would absolutely not be able to touch Lin Ling today. I hope you're not mistaken. The old man said indifferently as he caressed his face that was hurting from the slap. Also, Xianxia is the true #1 prodigy of the spirit state. He will definitely be back at the Mi and Xian sex ceremony in 3 months. At that time you will know how powerful he is. Let me remind you again. The Azure Dragon Hall believes that there should only be one divine emperor in the spirit state. The era of the Mi and Xian sects should be over. Take care. The old man left behind a sentence and turned to leave. However, this sentence caused the expressions of the Tantric Master and the others to change. The era of the Mi and Xian sects is over? This meant that in the future, only one of the 2 ancient factions would rule over them, and just like the other continents, there would only be one realm monarch. With the addition of the #1 prodigy of the spirit state, Xianxia, they already knew that the Tsang Dragon Hall was planning on making Xianzong the #1 power. If it was in the past, the Tantric Master would definitely object. However, Xianxia's appearance made them realize that the Tsang Dragon Hall was trying to make Xianxia the realm monarch. They wanted to object, but they lacked the confidence to do so. Let's go back. The Tantric Master's eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and left. Everyone left at once. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia curiously and asked, "Who is Xianxia?" This young man has been famous for a long time. He is the #1 prodigy of the spirit state. Now, he is not in the spirit state but is wandering around the 9 continents. I heard that he is doing very well in the 9 continents and has obtained countless honors. We know of many of them, such as the 12 kills of the Flying Dragon Organization and the Purple Gold Guest of the 9 continents Fuxing Manor. However, this young man's goal is not the spirit state, so he is not interested in the position of realm monarch. Of course that was in the past. Xianxia explained. From her words, Lin Ling could tell that Xianxia valued this young man greatly. Most importantly, the Tsang Dragon Hall removed one of the 2 sects for Xianxia. This is not good for the Tantric Master. Yes, this decision is also out of our expectations. After all, no matter how strong Xianxia is, he will only be one of the realm monarchs in the future. He will only be able to control half of the world in the spirit state. But now, with this decision, many things have changed. Maybe, this is the reason why Xianxia returned. Without the position of realm monarch, he doesn't want to stay in the spirit state. The other 3 heavenly kings said one after another. The Azure Dragon Hall clearly wants to announce this decision through the grand ceremony of the 2 sections. At that time, although our tantric sect will not be disintegrated, we will definitely not be as awe-inspiring as before. Lord Tantric Sect also spoke. There was a hint of worry between his brows. So it's just such a small matter. If I trample on Xianxia during the ceremony of the 2 sects, I think they would be too embarrassed to make this decision. At this time, Lin Ling smiled and his words made the Tantric Master and the others' pupils dilated. Disciple, that is Xianxia, the #1 genius in the history of the spirit state. Xianxia exclaimed. Lin Ling has been in the spirit state for less than 10 years and he already has the confidence to challenge the #1 genius of the spirit state? Without the title of the #1 genius, he will not be able to move me, Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled, and his words were bold. Xianxia might be amazing, but compared to Li Xiaoyao, who had swept away all the geniuses in the 9 regions, he was just an ant. Furthermore, Lin Ling did not want to stay in the spirit state for too long. Thus, he wanted to use Xianxia as a test. If he could defeat him, Lin Ling would also be able to leave the spirit state. "All right, teacher, I killed Dongmen Hong and crippled Longyang." Then, Lin Ling told them what happened. Of course, Lin Ling also hid the matter of Li Xiaoyao and the dragon bone he took from Longyang. Dongmen Hong and Longyang are so vicious. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others' faces turned cold. She is really courting death. The Tantric Master also shouted coldly. Lin Ling was magnanimous and let Dongmen Hong and Longyang go. However, they provoked Lin Ling and almost killed Lin Ling. What was the point of them not dying? Fortunately, my disciple is lucky and has escaped this disaster. Sigh. Xianxia then let out a sigh. She also understood why Lin Ling provoked the Azure Dragon Hall's saint. That saint was indeed meddling in other people's business. Anyone would be unhappy. However, Longyang is not simple. She escaped this time. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Sigh. Thinking of Longyang's blood oath, Lin Ling said with a cold gaze. She should have escaped from the spirit state. Perhaps she will be a nobody in the future. Lin Ling, don't worry. All right. Chapter 3101. Illuminate the Spirit Province. Everyone quickly returned to the valley. The Tantric Master looked at Lin Ling calmly and suddenly said, "Give all the cultivation resources of the Tantric sect to Lin Ling. He must increase his strength again during this period of time. All cultivation resources. TSK, this is a big deal. And there are only 3 months left until the ceremony of the Mi and Xian sections. That's too short." Hearing those words, the expressions of the various heavenly kings instantly changed. Tantric Buddhism was a giant in the spirit state. When all the cultivation resources were gathered together, the amount would definitely be terrifying. It could forcefully turn a normal person into a saint. The 4 heavenly kings even suspected that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to swallow all these cultivation resources, because they only had 3 months. Lin Ling, do your best. Refine as many cultivation resources as you can. 3 months later, it will be the end of Tantric Buddhism. So, fight with our backs against the wall. The Tantric Sama was still staring at Lin Ling, betting everything on Lin Ling. This was because if Xianxia was allowed to rise, then there would be no place for Tantric Buddhism in the spirit state. What about Chongqingzi? Xianxia was extremely touched, but she was also worried. He couldn't just abandon Chongqingzi and focus on nurturing Lin Ling. Moreover, Chongqingzi was a disciple of the Tantric sect. Don't worry. He will understand. The Lord of Tantric Buddhism looked into the distance and said faintly. His words caused Lin Ling's eyes to flash. As Chongqingzi's master, I know him the best. He's the #1 genius of Tantric Buddhism, but he's still a bit weaker than Xianxia. As for Lin Ling, he's growing too fast. He hasn't even been in the spirit province for 10 years. When he first arrived, he defeated the geniuses of the 10 great sects. In a short period of time, he defeated another genius of Tantric Buddhism. After disappearing for a while, he returned and defeated the #2 genius of Tantric Buddhism, Dongmen Hong. The Tantric Sama was still looking into the distance, but his voice was like a bell, shaking the entire valley. He seemed to be talking to himself, but in truth, he was telling the entire Tantric sect that their sect was at the brink of destruction. And he, the Tantric sect lord, was betting everything on Lin Ling. He believed in Lin Ling. All right, we agree. Hearing those words, the 4 heavenly kings puffed out their chests. The Tantric master smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, are you able to use up all the cultivation resources given to you by the Tantric sect in 3 months? If Lin Ling could consume all of it, it would mean that Lin Ling's strength would increase greatly. However, a martial artist's cultivation was not something that could be improved just by having endless resources. The most crucial factor was time. Instantly, Xianxia and the others turned to look at Lin Ling. I think it's too little. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as he replied calmly. As soon as he said that, the Tantric sect lord was stunned, then laughed heartily. He thought that Lin Ling would say that he would do his best, or that he would definitely be able to consume all of it. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to think that it was too little. Of course, he knew that Lin Ling's words were words of fighting spirit. It was impossible for him to think that it was too little. All right then, we look forward to you stepping into the sage state in 3 months. The Tantric sect lord nodded heavily. He did not know that Lin Ling was indeed thinking that it was too little. That was because he had 4 danshans, which meant that 4 people were cultivating. How could the cultivation resources he needed be little? My dear disciple, do your best. The Tantric sect is also your home. We have high hopes for you. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling seriously. He did not expect that the young man whom he met at the 8 gods' heavenly palace would be the hope of the entire Tantric sect. Moreover, he believed in Lin Ling. That was because when Lin Ling was at the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he could have taken away the dragon scale, but Lin Ling did not. That meant that Lin Ling was a man of his words. This is indeed another home of mine, Lin Ling. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lin Ling looked at the group of elders and felt touched. After he came to the spirit state, Xianxia and the others treated him like their own son and did not ask for anything in return. Now that they needed Lin Ling, he, Lin Ling, would definitely shine with all of his brilliance. I'm in green state, illuminating green state. I'm in spirit state, illuminating spirit state. Lin Ling looked at the entire valley. He knew that everyone in the tantric sect was listening to their conversation. Illuminating spirit state. As soon as he said that, everyone in the tantric sect felt a surge of excitement. Brother Ling. In the corner of the valley, Yu and the others laughed. They were proud of Lin Ling. Illuminating spirit state? Meng Lu and Sakura looked at each other, and a heroic smile hung on their lips. It's a matter of life and death for the tantric sect. Senior brother Lin is going to challenge the #1 genius of the spirit state, senior brother Xiang. Because of senior brother Xiang's existence, although the tantric sect seems to be on par with the prominent sect, we're actually one level lower. If Lin Ling can surpass senior brother Xiang, the tantric sect will be able to hold our heads high. After 1,000 years, the tantric sect finally has someone who can challenge senior brother Xiang. In every corner of the tantric sect, the elders were talking excitedly. Although they were currently more powerful than Xianxia, they had reached their limits and could not break through anymore. If there were no accidents, Xianxia would definitely surpass them in the future. Therefore, they were looking forward to Lin Ling illuminating the spirit state. Lin Ling, huh? In another corner of the valley, a young man looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He was the #1 genius of the tantric sect, Chong Qingzi. Right now, all of the tantric sect's cultivation resources were piled up on Lin Ling. Even his was the same. It was impossible for him not to have any thoughts about it. However, he did not dare to disobey the tantric sect's orders. He only hoped that Lin Ling would not disappoint him. I'll see Xianxia in 3 months. I hope you won't underestimate him. In the following days, everyone began to wait for the grand ceremony of the tantric sect and the prominent sect. Moreover, the news spread like the wind, letting the entire spirit state know that the era of the tantric sect and the prominent sect was over. The spirit state was going to change. Everyone was wondering which of the tantric sect and the prominent sect would remain. Of course, many people had high hopes for Xianxia. After all, the latter had been the #1 genius of the spirit state for thousands of years. Although Lin Ling appeared out of nowhere, his foundation was definitely much weaker. Looks like the tantric sect is also struggling before death. In the prominent sect, the elites also knew about the tantric sect's big move. Is the tantric sect's master stupid? Instead of placing his hopes on his own disciple, he believes in a rising star. Does he think that 3 months can change anything? Maybe it's just a broken jar. Right, that guy called Lin Ling, what's his cultivation level? I heard that he's a martial celestial. Haha, he's not even a half-sage. How dare he compete with Xianxia? Looks like it's time for the prominent sect to rise. After the prominent sect learned about this, they clearly thought that victory was in their hands. Even the Azure Dragon Hall thought so. Chapter 3102. Cultivate Together. In my opinion, we should cancel the era of the secret and manifestation sects. The tantric sect has been passed down for countless years. Sigh, but in the end, they made such a choice. The Azure Dragon Hall's saints sighed. Of course, there were also those who were gloating. While the entire spirit state was paying attention, Lin Ling and the rest had also entered seclusion to cultivate. Big brother, the tantric sect has already given me all the cultivation resources. Take whatever you need. Lin Ling looked at Sakura and Meng Lu and said. They were currently under the ancient tree of Mount Yu. Only they could enter this place. This showed how much importance the tantric sect placed on them. That won't do. These cultivation resources were given to you by the tantric sect. They are the hope of the tantric sect. Yeah, Lin Ling, you don't have to care about us. Sakura and the rest immediately waved their hands. To be honest, these cultivation resources are still too little. That's why I'm sharing some with you. Even if I use all of them for cultivation, it won't be of much help. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Could it be that you are a bottomless pit? Sakura shook his head helplessly. No wonder Lin Ling was always able to fight above his level. It turned out that the cultivation resources he used were several times more than others. Most importantly, the ancient tree of Mount Yu is more precious than many cultivation resources. According to my estimates, if you can get close to the ancient tree, the effects of your cultivation will be tens of thousands of times better than outside. Lin Ling said again. Sakura and the rest immediately nodded when they heard Lin Ling's words. Yu and Shen Yuanguer were also here. Therefore, Lin Ling looked at Yu and the rest and said, I happen to have an ultimate desolate body here. It's very suitable for women. Who wants it? Ultimate desolate body? Meng Lu gasped when he heard that. He came from the 9 states 10 vicious and naturally knew what kind of existence it was. It could be said that if an ultimate desolate body was born, as long as one's realm increased, no one in the same realm would be a match. Unless one was a genius like Lin Ling who had endless trump cards. Give it to Sister Yu Yu. Who are you? Do it. Yu Yu and the others glanced at each other and began to decline. Finally, Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and said, You don't have to decline, because I feel that this ultimate desolate body is more suitable for Yu Yu. Of course, if there's a chance in the future, I will also find a new ultimate desolate body for Gu Er. If that's the case, then we can only follow Brother Ling's wishes. Hearing this, she nodded faintly. Next, Lin Ling also began to break the natural barrier of the ancient tree of Mount Yu. This time, he had a large amount of cultivation resources. He could lay down his own barrier and break the barrier with a barrier. Even so, it was still an eye-opener for Lin Ling. He was amazed by the natural enchantment of chaos around the universe. Time quietly passed just like that. 10 days later, Lin Ling had already cracked the 3rd ring. The spiritual energy here was as dense as water, and it was the most ancient spiritual energy in the universe. This made Sakura and company overjoyed as they entered the place to cultivate. At the same time, Lin Ling also injected the clean bone he had obtained from Longyang into Yu Yu's body. And this ultimate desolate body was possessed by the dragon race's god. It was also known as the ultimate dragon god. And this was the skeleton of the dragon god of light. At the same time, Lin Ling was also shocked by the ancient power of the god. Things from the era of the gods contained the most ancient power of the universe's chaos. It was not something that the martial arts of the present could resist. This power contained the universe's origins and laws. It was the lord of all things and worlds. After the dragon bone was completely injected, Lin Ling also began to cultivate. He knew that when Yu Yu woke up, Yu Yu would definitely be reborn. There are so many cultivation resources. It actually has dragon whiskers and dragon claws. Lin Ling checked the cultivation resources and could not help but smile. Following that, he began to refine them. He had the dragon bone. If he added the dragon race's dragon god's item, then the dragon bone could be upgraded again. Moreover, there were many rare physical body cultivation items among the cultivation resources. Lin Ling also used them one by one to cultivate. This was also the most luxurious he had ever been since he started learning martial arts. Whatever he wanted, he had it. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that the time was getting shorter and shorter. He might as well refine all the cultivation resources. This was cultivating all at once. The advantage was that if there was an external force, the domains would also completely erupt. Cultivating essence, energy, and spirit was absolutely an all-round improvement. The disadvantage was that the cultivation realm at the beginning was the same as before. Moreover, it would be difficult to familiarize oneself with one's strength. While Lin Ling allowed the cultivation resources to be refined, he was also comprehending martial arts. The first was the illusion god true inheritance. His soul force was slowly improving with the help of the cultivation resources. The ancient illusion god was also floating in his mind. In the illusory world, what was true was false, and what was false was true. In the illusory world, Lin Ling was like a god. Whatever he wanted, he had it. Time is getting shorter and shorter. Let's start cultivating the great calamity-destroying Sun Bao. After his soul force improved greatly, Lin Ling also started cultivating the 8 divine abilities of the Dragon Clan. A dragon roared and a new dragon Bao appeared. It was actually 5 meters long and majestic. Moreover, he could shoot 2 arrows at once. One of the arrows was formed by the true inheritance nether sword, greatly increasing its power. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could fight against a 4th layer half-saint. However, if he went all out, he was confident that he could defeat all 4th layer half-saint. Moreover, this was the state where he had yet to break through. If he broke through, his strength would be unimaginable. Time quietly passed. 3 months had passed. At this moment, in the Tantric sect, a large number of people had gathered in the valley. Yu Yu, Sakura, and the others were among them. Yu Yu had reached the 4th layer of the martial immortal realm, and Xianxia had reached the 2nd layer of the martial immortal realm. Their improvements were extremely obvious. After all, when they were in the Asia province, they had only just stepped into the martial immortal realm. Sakura and Xianxua's aura was extraordinary. They had officially stepped into the half-saint realm. Their sage light was extremely dense. Sakura's half-saint light gave off an extremely domineering feeling. It was clearly much stronger than ordinary half-saint realm experts. As for Meng Lu, he gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. Getting close to him felt like entering a grave. That's right. From their half-saint light, they are clearly stronger than ordinary half-saint realm experts. The tantric sex lords looked at Sakura and the others and secretly nodded. Ordinary initial stage half-saint realm experts would find it difficult to detect the half-saint light unless they were exceptional geniuses. They have made such great improvements. What about my disciple? Xianxia suddenly said with anticipation. The eyes of the tantric sex lords flickered. Time is running out. If Lin Ling still doesn't come out, I'm afraid we will be late. Xianzong will also say that we have forfeited and tacitly admit that Xianzong is above us. The tantric sex lords looked into the distance and frowned. However, at this moment, in the valley, a slender figure slowly walked out. Blue robe, 2 swords, unforgettable. Lin Ling had come out of seclusion. At this moment, the tantric sex members became nervous. Moreover, as the young man in front of them walked, they felt as if they saw the arrival of a god. Every step he took was stepping on their hearts. The tantric sex lord smiled excitedly. Lin Ling should have greatly improved his strength. Chapter 3103. Gathering at the Plains. Lin Ling, are you still at the 8th stage of the martial arts realm? The tantric sex master was shocked and asked anxiously. For now. Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and nodded with a smile. However, his words caused the tantric sect to fall silent. Lin Ling still had not broken through after using all the resources? His progress was even slower than Sakura and the others? This made everyone feel very uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Chong Qingzi's expectant expression turned into a long sigh. It seemed like his master had made the wrong bet. Lin Ling naturally saw the looks on everyone's faces, but he didn't mind it and smiled. Because he had said, temporarily, before, because in the next moment, he might be able to break through the realm and arrive at a new world. The reason was that he had refined all the cultivation resources at once, causing his dantian to be in a strange state. It was as if he had accumulated enough energy for a breakthrough. The eruption of one load was definitely no small matter. Let's go. They've been waiting for us for a long time. This time we won't disappoint them. Lin Ling said calmly. Let's go. The tantric sex master nodded. Although he was a little disappointed, he had a feeling that Lin Ling was not as simple as he seemed. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Lin Ling nodded as well. Before the tantric sex master moved forward, he had already taken Yu and Xianxia's hands and led the way into the sky. The people of the tantric sect were in an uproar. They did not expect Lin Ling, who was only at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm, to be so confident. Ha ha! Xianxia could not help but laugh and catch up to Lin Ling. The others did the same one after another. In the sky, his blue robe was fluttering. His steps were steady as he walked forward. As he walked, an invisible wind spread as if telling the spirit province that wherever he, Lin Ling, was, that place was the sky. Beside him, Yu and the others smiled. Lin Ling gave them a sense of familiarity. That's right. He was Lin Ling, who ruled the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was also Lin Ling, who ruled the sacred land of the rainforest. He was the Lin Ling who illuminated Jianghu. Right now, this light had quietly arrived in spirit state and illuminated the land. Brother Ling, it seems like Li Xiaoyao has returned. Xianxia couldn't help but smile as he looked at the imposing figure beside him. When Lin Ling had the courage to dominate everything, he would be like Li Xiaoyao, free and unfettered in the world. Yeah. Second brother gives me the feeling as if I've returned to the rainforest sacred land. Sakura also smiled. Li Xiaoyao? Who was this? However, Lin Ling is only at the 8th level of the martial immortal realm. Today's ceremony will be somewhat troublesome. Meng Lu had only met Lin Ling in the Asia province. Thus, he did not know about Li Xiaoyao. Humph. You're merely a nameless genius of the 9 prefectures. What qualifications do you have to compete with my second brother? A genius cannot be insulted. Hearing this, Indra snorted in disdain. His words stunned Meng Lu. Indra was so confident in Lin Ling? He couldn't help but shake his head. The confidence in his heart was not strong. How could he know that with the help of Longyang and Dongmen Hong's divine poison, Lin Ling had allowed Li Xiaoyao to return from his previous life and gather all of his memories? Thus, his aura was naturally not weak. Of course, it wasn't just Meng Lu. In fact, many people in the Tantric sect did not believe in Lin Ling, especially Chong Qingzi. If he can't win any of these two sect ceremonies, then Master will probably die with everlasting regret. Sigh, it's better to believe in one's own people than an outsider. Chong Qingzi sighed. Not long after, everyone arrived at the center of the plain. There were ancient ruins here. The ground was made of hard jade that could withstand the impact of a half-step saint. In the distance, the surroundings were packed with people at this moment. All the cultivators in the spirit state were watching from afar. They were densely packed like stalks of grass. The Tantric sect is here. The era of the Tantric and Manifest sects will depend on today. I feel that the Tantric sect is the future of the spirit state. The Manifest sect is still a bit weak. Ignorant. It seems like you don't know what kind of people the Manifest sect has. Let me give you an example. The disciple of the Heavenly King, Lin Ling, is very powerful, right? He's a big shot in the spirit state. However, the #1 genius of the Manifest sect doesn't seem to be famous. In fact, he's already a tyrant in the 9 states. The two of them aren't on the same level at all. So what if it's the 9 states? How can you be sure that the spirit state is weaker than the 9 states? I don't care to explain it to you. Go back and think about it. Voices sounded like waves. Everyone's emotions were high and their blood was boiling. The people of the Tantric sect are here? That's Lin Ling and Chong Qingzi. In the ancient ruins, 18 old men looked at the sky. Their gazes fell on Lin Ling and Chong Qingzi because those two were the hope of the Tantric sect. One is at the 8th level of the martial immortal realm, and the other is at the 4th level of the half-step saint realm. An old man frowned. He wasn't surprised that Chong Qingzi was at the 4th level of the half-step saint realm. However, Lin Ling was only at the 8th level of the martial immortal realm. This caused the elders to be stunned. And they were the saints of the Azure Dragon Hall. As for the Manifest sect, everyone stared at Lin Ling and Chong Qingzi in astonishment. 8th level of the martial immortal realm? What a joke! It was simply a dream to participate in the ceremony with such strength. It seems that we've been deceived. Lin Ling isn't the trump card of the Tantric sect. In the Manifest sect, a middle-aged man said calmly. He wore a dragon python robe and looked majestic. The light of a saint was extremely dense. He was Lord Xianzong. I think so too. Because apart from Chong Qingzi, the others are all in the semi-saint realm. Lin Ling is the weakest. This means that Lin Ling isn't the trump card of Tantra at all. He was just a smokescreen that Tantra spread before. Next to the middle-aged man, a fair-skinned young man dressed like a scholar said. Although he was handsome and gave off a feminine feeling, his aura was a little cold. This kind of coldness wasn't callousness but a kind of sinister coldness. And he was the #1 genius of the Manifest sect, Xianxia. At the same time, the people of the Tantric sect landed and looked at the Manifest sect. The master of the Tantric sect cupped his fists and bowed to Lord Manifest sect from afar. The latter did the same and greeted him politely. Of course, while Lord Manifest sect was being polite, he was also smiling coldly. The master of the Tantric sect naturally saw this smile but did not say anything. That was because the trump card of the Tantric sect, Lin Ling, did not make him very confident. This is Lin Ling, right? 8th level of the martial immortal realm? He dares to fight with such strength? It seems that the Tantric sect has other plans. At this moment, in the Manifest sect, a short but extremely burly young man laughed disdainfully. He obviously did not take Lin Ling seriously. He thought that the Tantric sect was hiding a trump card and that it was some other powerful genius. This young man was called Zhang Qinghong. He was the #2 genius of the Manifest sect and also a big shot of the spirit state. Hearing this, the people of the Tantric sect sneered. Sakura and Meng Lu naturally did not want to be at a disadvantage. However, before they could speak, Lin Ling also spoke. So what if he's an 8th level of the martial immortal realm? My world is not something you can understand. As for that little guy at the 5th level of the half-step saint realm, This should be Xiang Anning. He's indeed stronger than I thought, but that's it. Yes. If it was before, Lin Ling would definitely have a hard time defeating a 5th level of the half-step saint realm. But now he did not care. Chapter 3104. The Clash of the Five would change the era. My world is not something you can understand? If these words came from the mouth of a half-martial sacred realm expert, they were convinced. However, when it came from an 8th-layer martial immortal, they felt like it was a joke. Most importantly, the 8th-layer martial immortal had said it so naturally, as if everything was real. This Lin Ling seems to be a smokescreen sent out by the tantric sect. Why is he so confident as a smokescreen? Wow! The entire grassland was soon filled with exclamations. The people of the prominent sect burst out laughing after being stunned. The geniuses ranked 1st and 2nd did not even look at Lin Ling. Instead, they focused their attention on Sakura and Meng Lu, assuming them to be the trump cards of the tantric sect. Sigh. Do you really have to embarrass yourself? Chong Qingzi let out a sigh once again. If it weren't for his master, he would have scolded Lin Ling. Master, let's begin. I'll do my best in this battle. Following this, Chong Qingzi said to the senior of the tantric sect. He had already treated himself as the last hope of the tantric sect. Let's begin. The senior of the tantric sect immediately glanced at the Azure Dragon Hall. If that's the case, the Azure Dragon Hall will not waste any more time. The winner of today's battle will become the strongest sect of the spirit state. A respectable old man from the Azure Dragon Hall said. He had initially planned to help the tantric sect, but after seeing the tantric sect digging their own grave, he decided not to waste any more time. The two sects can send out 5 people, and the loser will be eliminated. The one who defeats the 5 will decide the era. Any objections? No objections. I agree. Agreed. The seniors of the prominent sect and the tantric sect nodded. Very well, but this is a duel. No killing is allowed. I hope you remember. Agreed. The Azure Dragon Hall was the sacred ground responsible for protecting the Emperor's life, thus they had made the request. Not long after, a 2nd-layer half-martial sacred stepped forward from the prominent sect. The genius of the prominent sect, the Immortal Highness of the North Sea, who had cultivated for 2,000 years and possessed a 2nd-grade desolate body with 4/10 of his strength. He stood in the ruins and reached out his right hand with his index finger, beckoning the people of the tantric sect. His attitude was no doubt extremely arrogant. Perhaps he also assumed the tantric sect. How dare you! Chong Qingzi was instantly enraged and wanted to walk out. Senior brother Chong Qingzi, let's go first. But at this moment, Meng Lu spoke up, causing Chong Qingzi to frown. In fact, he didn't really believe in Meng Lu and Indra. He felt that Lin Ling's friends weren't that strong. The North Sea Immortal Venerable is not weak, and his cultivation level is higher than yours. Although you can also fight against those of a higher level, this advantage does not exist in the face of a prominent Grandmaster prodigy. Although Chong Qingzi did not believe in Meng Lu, they were on the same side, so he still warned him. It's fine. We eat and live in Tantric Buddhism. We have to do something no matter what. Meng Lu said without even looking at Chong Qingzi. Chong Qingzi nodded. Lin Ling's friends were not that strong, but their personalities were not bad. Go. Master Tantra nodded as well. Meng Lu immediately walked out. The North Sea Immortal Venerable narrowed his eyes and stared at Meng Lu with disdain. 1st layer of half-saint? Don't you think you're too weak? Defeating you won't be a problem. The two of them looked at each other. Their figures approached from afar, and then they collided. On the surface, Meng Lu was clearly weaker, so no one thought that he could win. However, Meng Lu was only a martial immortal when he first came to the Spirit Province. For him to be able to reach the half-saint realm in such a short period of time, it could be seen that his talent was not weak. So, even if he lost, the Tantric Buddhism did not think that he was trash. Meng Lu won. Lin Ling glanced at it indifferently, then closed his eyes and began to cultivate again. How could it be so simple? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Chong Qingzi frowned. Moreover, seeing that Lin Ling was actually cultivating, a trace of displeasure rose in his heart. All the resources he had accumulated were only at the 8th layer of the martial immortal realm. Just thinking about it made one's heart ache. How could he know that when Lin Ling cultivated, not only did he have to break the barrier of the ancient tree of Mount Yu, He also had to help Sakura and Yu cultivate. After that it would be his turn. How could 3 months be enough? So, he had to seize the time and break through as soon as possible. Boom! At the same time, the ruins rumbled, and the gods and demons descended. A third-grade desolate body, and what kind of desolate body is that? A figure flew out. It was the North Sea immortal of the Xian sect. I admit defeat. Soon, a voice came from the Xian sect, admitting defeat for the North Sea immortal. Because if the latter was injured, it would be even more disadvantageous. Also, because the 5 people of the Tantric Buddhism had come out, they had to defeat all 5 people of the Xian sect. Only then could they seize the era. Next, Meng Lu said indifferently. Boom. Next, a young man holding a horsetail whisk walked out. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. Moreover, after he walked out, his eyes were still half closed, as if he was an expert from another world. The horsetail whisk in his hand was clearly extraordinary. It was surging with celestial wind. It was a kind of divine wind that seemed to come from the universe. This is a treasure left behind from the era of gods. The Tantric Buddhism master immediately narrowed his eyes. That Xian sect genius talent was on par with Meng Lu's. What was powerful was the horsetail whisk in his hand. That horsetail whisk clearly restrained Meng Lu's tomb-guarding aura, making it difficult for Meng Lu to fight back. That was because immortals and ghosts could not coexist. Gradually, Meng Lu was defeated. Haha! Loud laughter came from the Xian sect's side. Of course, the laughter wasn't too exaggerated because they also knew that the geniuses who had come out earlier were only there to scout out the enemy situation. The stronger ones were yet to come. Xian sect has won. It's your turn to fight. Do you want to change people or not? A voice came from the Azure Dragon Hall. I'll continue to fight. The young man holding the horsetail whisk said indifferently. He had already defeated 1 person. If he defeated 4 more people, the Xian sect would win. Sakura, that horsetail whisk also restrains your white bones. You're not suitable to fight. Meng Lu said to Sakura. Sakura originally wanted to fight, but he held back. As for the 2 of them, one was defeated and the other couldn't fight. They could only rely on Lin Ling and Chong Qingzi. Chong Qingzi frowned and wanted to walk out. Hold on, let my wife warm up. But at this moment, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes and said, Let your wife go? Are you still a man? You're afraid of losing face on such an important occasion, so you let a woman go? Chong Qingzi couldn't hold it in anymore. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and said, My wife is only warming up. If it weren't for the fact that her cultivation level is lower, she would be able to defeat all 5 of them. As for me? After I go, you won't even have the chance to fight. Chong Qingzi didn't expect Lin Ling, an 8th-layer martial immortal, to be so arrogant. Do as Lin Ling says. However, the Tantric sect's lord still valued Lin Ling, so he said to Chong Qingzi. Master. Chong Qingzi sighed, feeling very unwilling. However, Yu had already walked out. Lin Ling said, Yu, apart from that guy called Xianxia, you don't have to worry about the others. If you get serious, the other 4 won't be your match. When these words were spoken, the entire plain fell silent. It was undeniable that Yu was very beautiful. Many people were attracted to her. Chapter 3105. The ultimate desolate body swept through everything. Lin Ling, who is your wife's master? You have to know that a 5-person battle is of great importance. Her battle means that she has secured a spot. Chong Qingzi looked at Lin Ling and said. This was naturally his first time seeing Yu. Although she was pretty, that did not mean she was strong. Her master is me, Lin Ling said without looking at him. Chong Qingzi opened his mouth but was speechless. Lin Ling was at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm, while Yu was at the half-sage realm. The weak became the master of the strong? He could not help but look at Xianxia with an odd expression. He could not understand what kind of disciple Xianxia had recruited. Even Xianxia gave a wry smile. Although he had given Yu plenty of pointers, Yu typically did not listen to him. Instead, she would often pester Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, there was no need to mention him. This disciple had always been independent and rarely sought his guidance. Beauty, you are no match for me. After Yu walked out, The youth with the horsetail whisk shook his head and said. In his opinion, Yu Yu was even weaker than Meng Lu. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The youth said again. Yu Yu did not say a word. She walked forward like a lotus that had just emerged from the water, refreshing and refined. Just as the youth was about to attack, Yu Yu attacked as well. Her attack was extremely simple and even her ultimate martial Dao was extremely weak. However, the effect was extremely obvious. That was because the ultimate desolate body had descended. The white dragon god appeared in a shocking manner, its light illuminating the surroundings. At that moment, Yu Yu's fine black hair danced in the wind. Her beauty was suffocating, pure and flawless. With a gentle wave of her hand, ordinary half-sage realm essence surged out. However, after fusing with the ultimate desolate body, it immediately became an unimaginable power. Boom! The youth's horsetail whisk was immediately sent flying and smashed into the ground. He spat out blood as he looked at the beauty in disbelief. The entire plane was deathly silent at this moment. Yu Yu, you even used your trump card against such a trash. Aren't you giving him too much face? Only Lin Ling's voice could be heard. He seemed to think that Yu Yu was overdoing it. Your disciple. Chong Qingzi was flabbergasted and couldn't believe his eyes. Ultimate desolate body. Their esoteric Buddhism actually possessed the ultimate desolate body. One had to know that in the 9 prefectures, there were only a handful of geniuses with such talent. It was rare to see one in their entire lives. Ultimate desolate physique. The master of Tantra and the others were stunned as well. At that moment, they all saw Yu Yu as the final trump card of Tantra. Although Lin Ling was not of much use in this battle, Yu Yu was trained by Lin Ling. This meant that for the past 3 months, Lin Ling had placed the hopes of Tantric Buddhism on Yu Yu. And this hope did not disappoint them. Haha, the ultimate desolate body. After Xianxia Yun recovered from his shock, he could not help but laugh out loud. The ultimate desolate body is a rare talent even in the 9 prefectures. Master, the ultimate desolate body is not rare. However, ordinary people cannot enter that world. In fact, the 9 prefectures are filled with ultimate desolate bodies. If one had to say who had the calmest reaction, it would be Lin Ling. Upon hearing this, Xianxia Yun was dumbfounded. Why did it feel like his disciple was giving him pointers? He was speechless, but he could not care less as he laughed out loud. This is the trump card of Tantric Buddhism. Over at Xianzong's side, everyone had extremely solemn expressions. Next! At the same time, a clear voice sounded. Yu Yu floated in midair and made an inviting gesture to Xianzong. Xianzong was completely silent. There was no longer the arrogant laughter from before. Let me test him. Senior brother Xiang, you are our final trump card. Do not fight for now. At this moment, Zhang Qinghong, who was ranked 2nd, walked out. He held a sword in his hand and his sword beam was like a rainbow. Clearly, he was a powerful swordsman. And his talent was also at the desolate body grade. Behind him hung 12 rainbows. He had the power of 12 gods. I have 3 swords that will run through my entire life. If you can block them, I will admit defeat. Zhang Qinghong said calmly as he pointed his sword at Yu Yu. Yu Yu nodded and did not speak any nonsense. First sword, Pil Yang Swallow Shock. The sword beam flashed as 40% of the Azure Rainbow's rank power erupted. It was like the power of a god. His talent was a 3rd-grade desolate body. It was not very strong and could only be considered average. However, his ultimate martial Dao was extremely powerful. It had reached the realm of a complete Dao, which was already a minor Dao. Rumble. In terms of ultimate martial Dao, Yu Yu was clearly inferior to him. Hence, her method was very simple. It was to use her talent to fight. At this moment, the power of rank and talent clashed once again. A terrifying power erupted. The plane seemed to be overturned, but Yu Yu was safe and sound. The terror of the ultimate desolate body was an eye-opener for everyone. Second sword, first azure dust. Dust danced in the sky like flying immortals. Upon closer inspection, the young dust was actually formed by swords. This sword seemed to come from the chaos of the universe. The entire sky of the spirit state exploded. Zhang Qinghong was also known as the #1 swordsman in the spirit state. At this moment, He lived up to his name. Yu Yu struggled to block the second sword. Her body glowed brightly like the goddess of light, but she was also protected by the dragon god. The dragon god roared at the sky and soared into the sky. The surrounding Jianchen finally managed to block the sword by a hair's breadth. This made Zhang Qinghong's expression change drastically. The third sword was not delivered in the end. I admit defeat. Following that, he turned and left. This also made the Xianxia people change their expressions. Zhang Qinghong was the number 2 peerless genius. Now that he had lost, it was up to Xianxia. If Xianxia also lost, the Xian sect would lose today. This result had clearly exceeded their expectations. The tantric sect side was undoubtedly invigorated. Cheers immediately sounded like waves. Good, 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 Chong Qingzi said with a red face. He was extremely excited. He looked at Yu Yu with admiration and longing in his eyes. Of course, he knew that Yu Yu was Lin Ling's woman, so he could only envy her secretly. He said with a sigh. The ultimate desolate body was actually the wife of an 8th-level martial immortal. She was not worthy at all. Although there are 5 battles, if Xianxia loses, the others will be useless. This means that the most crucial battle has arrived. Our tantric sect will win. Even the tantric sect's masters were extremely excited. Xianxia frowned as he looked at Yu Yu. His eyes were the same as Chong Qingzi's. There was longing in his eyes. He also thought to himself, such a beautiful goddess should be compatible with me, the number 1 genius of the spirit state. He walked out. He planned to use his strength to show Yu Yu, who was the number 1 genius of the spirit state. Yu Yu, admit defeat. You just obtained the ultimate desolate body and are not familiar with it. You can't fight someone 4 stages above you. Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, Lin Ling's calm voice suddenly floated out. The tantric sect instantly panicked. The eyes of the tantric sect's masters also turned red. Chapter 3106. Chong Qingzi was defeated. As for Xianxia, his eyes had also turned red. He had wanted to prove himself, but in the end, Yu Yu was going to admit defeat without even fighting. How would that beauty know how powerful he was? Brother Ling. Yu Yu wanted to test her limits. The gap between our realms is too big. Come back. Lin Ling said with a smile. Yu Yu's methods were too simple. She only knew how to suppress with her talent. She was definitely no match for Xianxia. There's a gap of 4 small realms. It's difficult for you to win. After all, you're not me. Lin Ling said. His words made the plain even more silent. Lin Ling was only at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm. Everyone had already eliminated him. Yet, he said that he was qualified to fight someone who was 4 levels above him. His skin was too thick. No, not 4 levels. It was 6 levels. When Xing Xiyun heard that, he almost burst out laughing. His disciple seemed to be low-key, but his words were so arrogant that it made people speechless. All right. Yu Yu immediately retreated. Xianxia looked regretful. He glared at Lin Ling with hatred. Finally, he snorted and left. Although he had won, he did not feel comfortable winning. When he looked at the tantric sect and Chong Qingzi, they looked like ducks who had been grabbed by the neck. They looked anxious. Tantric sect had almost won. However, Lin Ling actually asked Yu Yu to admit defeat in the most crucial battle? This was too casual, too careless. After Yu Yu admitted defeat, Tantric sect no longer had a trump card. Could they rely on Lin Ling? Don't worry. They can't do anything. Lin Ling couldn't help but comfort them when he saw how anxious they were. But it would have been better if they didn't comfort him. The more they comforted him, the more they sighed. Although Xianzong really couldn't make any big waves, Lin Ling probably couldn't make any small waves either. Haha, we've won. Next. At this moment, Xianzong seemed to have victory in his grasp, and everyone laughed loudly. Only Chong Qingzi and Lin Ling from Vajrayana sect could still fight. Lin Ling was ignored by everyone, so the only one left was Chong Qingzi. Big brother, do you want to go play? Lin Ling looked at Sakura and said, which made Sakura restless. He had been waiting for a long time. Let me. Chong Qingzi clearly didn't think that Sakura could change anything, so he took the initiative to walk out. If I lose, then the era will change. Chang Qingzi's expression was extremely solemn. His aura quietly erupted from his body. The entire tantric sect fell silent. They had placed all their hopes on Chang Qingzi. Chang Qingzi was the #1 genius of Tantra. If he was defeated, what right did the others have to fight? Have you finally revealed your final trump card? The eyes of the experts on Xianzong's side flashed. Master Xianzong waved his hand and the North Sea venerable immortal Meng Lu who'd been defeated by Meng Lu walked out. You are no match for me. Chang Qingzi looked at him and said indifferently. What he said was the truth. I know, but you have to defeat the 5 of us to win. Therefore, I won't let you win so easily. Of course, it's the same for our senior brother Xiang. If he wants to defeat the 5 of you, you won't let him win so easily. However, the beauty from before has admitted defeat. You are the most powerful one left. The rest are not worth mentioning. The young man said indifferently. Then let's fight. Chang Qingzi nodded immediately. The young man's words made sense. He could only defeat him. The 2 of them quickly intertwined. It was like a battle between saints. It was an eye-opener for the warriors watching from afar. However, Chang Qingzi had a 4th-grade desolate body. His ancient desolate chi was extremely terrifying. In addition, he was a 4th-grade half-saint. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to defeat the young man. The young man was slightly injured. He left with blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he smiled excitedly. With your strength, you won't be able to see senior brother Xiang. That's not up to you, Chang Qingzi said disdainfully. He looked at the second person from the Xianzong. The second person was the young man with the horsetail whisk. He didn't waste any time and attacked Chang Qingzi with all his strength. He wouldn't let Chang Qingzi win so easily. Moreover, the Xianzong could see Chang Qingzi's strength through this battle. A moment later, the young man with the horsetail whisk was defeated. The third person followed closely behind. This also raised the spirits of the people from the tantric sect. Chang Qingzi was winning consecutively. Perhaps he could defeat the 5 from the Xianzong in one go. The third person had clearly expended a lot of Chang Qingzi's strength, but Chang Qingzi won again. Hee. Chang Qingzi is inferior to me. At this moment, the second person from the Xianzong, Zhang Qinghong, finally smiled. Through the previous 3 people, he had confirmed Chang Qingzi's strength. Senior brother Xiang, you don't have to go. I'll defeat him. Zhang Qinghong held his sword and walked out. He was full of confidence. Chang Qingzi was also waiting for his opponent's 3 swords. Waning Sun's return. After Zhang Qinghong appeared, he raised his sword high. The sky darkened. The terrifying power of cultivation level crazily increased. It reached 40% and gradually reached 50%. A ray of light surged down from the dark sky. It was as if a ray of sunlight shone down from the thick clouds, but it was extremely dazzling. It was like the sword of a god. Look, there's a sword coming from the chaos. Someone finally let out a cry of surprise. The third sword shocked the spirit state. That sword came from the chaos of the universe. It had the power of thunder and revealed its sharpness. Whoosh! This sword cut off Chang Qingzi's right arm, causing him to vomit blood and retreat. Chang Qingzi, you haven't improved your strength all these years, but this is normal. The tantric sect has given all their cultivation resources to others, so you naturally haven't improved. Zhang Qinghong pointed his sword at Chang Qingzi and said. His long hair danced wildly, and he looked like a peerless swordsman in the spirit state. Thud thud thud. Chang Qingzi kept retreating. He was defeated, and his face was pale and dispirited. Most importantly, after he lost, the tantric sect also lost. The era had changed. Master. He returned to the tantric sect's master and knelt down. The tantric sect's master sighed. At this moment, he seemed to have aged a lot. The people of the tantric sect were all gloomy. They knew that their era had passed. Brother, it's your turn to go out and play. However, at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the tantric sect. It was Lin Ling's voice. This caused the pupils of the people of the tantric sect to narrow. At this time, Lin Ling could still remain so calm. Could it be that he didn't care about the survival of the tantric sect at all? Haha, this is the Lin Ling who used all the cultivation resources of the tantric sect? On the Xian sect side, Everyone naturally laughed. They felt that the tantric sect had lost the bet, and lost miserably. Because even if you used all the cultivation resources on a dog, it would at least wag its tail. However, when it was used on Lin Ling, not only did he not wag his tail, but he also had a look of indifference. Such a disciple would definitely anger the tantric sect to death. All right. Sakura didn't seem to know that everyone was laughing at him. He walked out calmly. Even Chong Qingzi has lost. Do you think you can turn the tide? No one was optimistic about Sakura. The people of the Xian sect all said disdainfully. Chapter 3107. A genius should not be humiliated. Big brother. Just warm up a little. With your strength, you shouldn't be able to win against that Qing Hong. However, just as the Vajrayana's hope rose, Lin Ling spoke again. To warm up? Lin Ling actually treated this grand ceremony as a game? At this moment, other than Xingxiu Yun, everyone from Tantric Buddhism hated Lin Ling to the core. And the reality was indeed so, because after Sakura swept through the three of them, he was finally defeated by Zhang Qinghong. Moreover, Sakura didn't feel ashamed, because he hadn't even been in the Spirit Province for 10 years, but he was already able to fight against the strongest genius of the Spirit Province. This made him very satisfied. Ha ha! He laughed heartily as he walked back, reminiscing about the previous battle. However, the Tantric sect could no longer laugh. Everyone lowered their heads. The master of Tantra looked at the sky with tears in his eyes. He had never expected that Tantra would be destroyed by his own hands. Looks like the era is over. Lord Tantric Buddhism, you're old. Enjoy your remaining time. As for Tantric Buddhism, there's no need for it to exist anymore. On the side of the Azure Dragon Hall, an elder spoke after a long sigh. I know. The master of Tantric Buddhism nodded calmly. He then looked at all the members of Tantric Buddhism with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Sir, we won't leave. Tantric Buddhism will not die. I live as a member of Tantric Buddhism and die as a ghost of Tantric Buddhism. If I want to disband Tantric Buddhism, I will die. Me lord. A large number of voices came from the Tantric sect. Many of them had tears in their eyes and were reluctant to part. On the plains, the cultivators of the spirit state were silent. Seeing an ancient force that had been passed down for tens of millions of years suddenly disintegrate, they felt very bitter in their hearts. Alas, the times have changed. We can't change the rules of the gods. He couldn't bear to part with these old comrades of his, but what could he do? Wait, I don't think I fought. However, just as everyone was grieving, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked around and realized that the person who spoke was a blue-robed young man. He was Lin Ling, the one who had been groomed by the entire Tantric Buddhism sect but had disappointed everyone the most. At this moment, the eyes of the people from Tantric Buddhism turned red. They were so impulsive that they almost killed Lin Ling because Lin Ling had caused their deaths. Xian Zong clearly let out a sky-piercing laugh. Even Chong Qingzi was defeated. The beauty with the ultimate desolate physique also admitted defeat. What else could an 8th-level martial immortal do? Moreover, he actually wanted to fight. Could it be that he also wanted to warm up for fun? What did he take Tantric Buddhism for? There's an ingrate in Tantric Buddhism. Fortunately, this Lin Ling is not a member of our Xian Zong. Otherwise, we would have been killed by him. How famous was he in the past? Now, it seems like he only relied on the name of Constellation Clouds to strut around. Sounds of schadenfreude came from Xian Zong's side, but they were not in a hurry. They would slowly watch Tantra suffer. Lin Ling, how dare you speak? A burly man from Tantric Buddhism had a murderous look on his face. He could not help but attack. His large hand reached for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stood straight without fear. Instead, he looked calmly at Tantric Buddhism. I said that I would illuminate the spirit province. Yu and the others were shocked when they heard that. The corner of Sakura's mouth revealed a smile. Second brother, you finally made your move. Tantric Buddhism frowned. Up until now, he did not know if he should trust Lin Ling. He could not help but look at Constellation Clouds because the latter was Lin Ling's master. However, Constellation Cloud smiled and nodded heavily. I brought him back. If he loses, I, Constellation Clouds, will pay with my life. This sentence was powerful and resonant. Tantric Buddhism was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what did you say earlier? I will illuminate the spirit province. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, shocking the entire spirit province. The man who attacked Lin Ling stopped his attack and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. I have been in the spirit province for a long time, but my master is constellation clouds. Tantric Buddhism is my home. Tantric Buddhism once asked me to win this battle. Then, I will illuminate the spirit province. Lin Ling did not even look at that man. He looked at the entire spirit province. I will illuminate the spirit province. That voice reverberated endlessly, echoing in everyone's hearts. Fight, Lin Ling. Tantric Buddhism finally smiled. He did not know if Lin Ling could win, but he believed that Lin Ling could illuminate the spirit province. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He carried 2 swords on his back and walked out step by step. On the Xianxia side, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Tantric Buddhism to place their hopes on a junior at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm. Were they crazy? Haha. Deafening laughter soon came from the Xian sect. Laughter also came from the plains. Illuminate the spirit province? Their voices were heroic, but the reality was disappointing. Do you want to come at me together or one by one? However, Lin Ling did not seem to know what they were laughing about. He said calmly with his hands behind his back. His voice made everyone laugh even louder. The 5 people from Xianzhong were all the strongest geniuses. Even the weakest one was not someone Lin Ling could defeat, let alone all of them together. Let me. Finally, a genius from the Xian sect walked out. It was the genius that Meng Lu defeated. He tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. 8th stage of the martial immortal realm? You may have been very powerful before, but in the past 3 months, the Xian sect has used up all their resources to nurture us. We are no longer the same as before. Times are changing. Make your move. Lin Ling did not waste any time and said calmly. Shameless boasting. The young man shouted coldly and unleashed his Jie Yuan. Although he was only at the 1st stage of the half-saint realm, he had a 2nd stage desolate body. Most importantly, his strength was not weaker than Dongmen Hong's. This was because he had used endless cultivation resources to accumulate powerful strength in the past 3 months. I am the North Sea Immortal Venerable. With the North Sea, I can shake the world. The young man attacked. The terrifying sea turned into a fist and surged forward. The spirit province instantly shook. This was the fusion of the power of cultivation level and the desolate body. At this moment, the people from the Tantric Buddhism sect frowned. Logically speaking, they did not think that Lin Ling could win. However, Lin Ling was their only hope. However, when their gazes fell on Lin Ling, they found that Lin Ling was indifferent with his hands behind his back. Rumble. The palm formed by the North Sea contained terrifying power and directly engulfed Lin Ling. Too weak. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes finally flickered with a sharp light. He did not activate his Jie Yuan. Instead, he unleashed his physical strength and punched out. The moment he punched out, the spirit chi that had accumulated in his body was devoured in a grandiose manner. Boom! One punch, shattering the stars. The sea was blasted apart by the punch. The punch was like a meteor that pierced through the sea and landed on the young man's chest. Time instantly froze. No one dared to blink. They did not know what the result would be. When everything calmed down, people realized that Lin Ling was behind the North Sea Immortal Venerable with his hands behind his back. The North Sea Immortal Venerable was standing there with his palm in his hand. They did not know what had happened. If it weren't for the Tantric Buddhism sect, I would have killed you with one punch. Chapter 3108. One of the 100 Bloodlines, 100-Eyed Demon Lord. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the North Sea Immortal behind Lin Ling collapsed. One punch. It could destroy everything. Wow! There was an uproar in the ancient ruins. Although the North Sea Immortal was only slightly stronger than Lin Ling, he was still a sage to be expert. How could he be defeated by one punch? Moreover, this was because Lin Ling had given him face. Otherwise, he would have been killed with one punch. Next. Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands behind his back. The experts of the Xian sect were all furious because they thought that Lin Ling would not be able to win in the end. However, Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually dared to humiliate the Xian sect. In fact, Although the people of the Vajrayana sect were relieved that Lin Ling had defeated the North Sea Immortal, they did not think that Lin Ling could win many rounds. The second person is by Nahan. He has a 4th grade desolate body, the golden centipede divine body of the 100 bloodlines. Next, someone from the Vajrayana sect said solemnly. If it was before, they thought that Lin Ling would be able to defeat by Nahan because Lin Ling had defeated Dongmen Hong, who was the second peerless genius of the Vajrayana sect. However, in the past 3 months, the Xian sect had spent a lot of effort to nurture peerless geniuses. Those peerless geniuses were no longer the same as before. It could be said that even if Dongmen Hong was here, he would not be able to defeat Bai Nahan. A genius cannot be humiliated? What nonsense! Now that I'm here, do you want to defeat me with one punch? Bai Nahan said disdainfully. He was a little excited because his talent was not weak. However, he had no achievements before. Now, it was time for him to make a contribution. If he defeated Lin Ling, his name would definitely spread throughout the spirit state. The Xian sect would also pay more attention to him. Thinking of this, he was a little excited. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit defeat because you can't defeat me with one punch. Why struggle? Bai Nahan said again. As expected of senior brother Bai. He looks very confident. Senior apprentice brother Bai is an unparalleled genius. It's a pity that his martial arts comprehension is a little weak. Otherwise, he would have been the second most exceptional genius in Xianzhong. Although his martial arts comprehension is a little weak, senior brother Bai's talent is one of a kind. He will definitely win. Over at Xianzhong's side, everyone's emotions had been ignited by Nahan. Someone even waved at the experts of Tantric Buddhism, wanting to make a bet. The people of Tantric Buddhism had been holding their breaths for a long time, so they naturally nodded in agreement. From their point of view, even if they lost, they had to lose with dignity. Come on. Surprisingly, Xianxia was the one who screamed the loudest. If Tantric Buddhism was about to be disintegrated, what else did he have to worry about? Hee, let's do it. Disciples, take out all the Emperor crystals you have. We'll win for sure. One of the 4 heavenly kings from Xianzhong sneered. He was Bai Nahan's master, so he was very clear about his disciples' strength. All right. The Xianzhong disciples immediately shouted. Even those who didn't have enough royal crystals had to gather enough. After all, this was a sure win. And those royal crystals were handed over to the Azure Dragon Hall for them to be the judges. This made the Azure Dragon Hall's saints a little jealous, and they almost wanted to make a bet. But because of their status they all endured it. Sigh, this is a sure win. One of the saints sighed and said, Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tantric Buddhism also went all out. They used all their wealth to gather everyone's royal crystals for a shocking bet. This made the warriors in the plains envious. They wanted to make a bet, but they were afraid of offending Tantric Buddhism, so they could only be anxious. Very interesting. Bai Nahan obviously wasn't in a hurry to make a move. When the bet started, he smiled slightly. Lin Ling, right? Why don't you admit defeat? I've decided. I'll break one of your arms. Lin Ling ignored the voices around him and said indifferently. You're really an idiot. Bai Nahan shook his head and finally decided to make a move. Desolate body descended. 4th grade. Golden Ni divine body. Legend had it that the golden Ni divine body was left behind by an Es god from the era of gods. He was called the 100-eyed demon lord. He wasn't strong, but his talent made the gods suffer. Although Bai Nahan wasn't as strong as the 100-eyed demon lord, he could at least make warriors suffer. Bai Nahan's body exploded with a terrifying aura. His clothes were instantly torn apart, and a large number of eyes appeared on his body. These were golden eyes. Endless golden light shot out from the eyes. This caused countless eyes to appear in the sky. Ah, my eyes! On the plains, someone curiously stared at Bai Nahan. Immediately, blood flowed out from his eyes, and he was completely blinded. You're crazy. That's a 4th grade desolate body. How can you look at senior Bai? Someone reprimanded. What a terrifying desolate body. Many people didn't dare to look at Bai Nahan as they spoke in fear. Golden light shone brightly as the 1,000 eyes shone brilliantly. Bai Nahan had already transformed into the 100-eyed demon lord. He had a disdainful smile on his face. The aura of a fourth-grade desolate body was probably enough to make Lin Ling kneel down. I've said it before. You're an idiot. When all the eyes opened, Bai Neihan didn't forget to softly say this sentence. Following that, he launched a mighty attack. However, everyone also thought that Lin Ling was an idiot. With Bai Neihan's current strength, he was probably invincible in the initial stage of the half-saint realm. How could Lin Ling fight him? At this moment, countless eyes shot towards Lin Ling like stars. The light rays were like needles that could destroy everything. Among them, Bai Neihan's finger shot out like a centipede's poison. Obviously, Bai Neihan wanted to defeat Lin Ling in one move. Looking at Lin Ling again, he still had his hands behind his back. He didn't move at all. It was as if he was affected by the endless eyes and was indifferent. Of course, everyone thought that Lin Ling was affected by the endless eyes and had lost the ability to fight. Sigh. Sighs could be heard from the crowd. No one thought that Lin Ling, who was only at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm, could create a miracle. He's really an idiot. Even now, he's still not prepared to resist. Even the Azure Dragon Hall's saints shook their heads. Even if Lin Ling could really resist, it was already too late. Once Bai Neihan attacked, Lin Ling wouldn't have time to use any of his techniques. Illuminate the spirit province? The people of Xianxia laughed mockingly in unison. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. In fact, his eyebrows only moved slightly. His hands were still behind his back. I think that you're the idiot. Of course, he also spat out a sentence. Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow shot out from his left arm like lightning. Crackle! The black shadow was as fast as lightning and lashed out. Bang! There was a loud boom, and then the countless eyes in the sky all closed their eyes. There were even cries of pain. The endless light rays were also extremely chaotic at this moment. What's going on? Chapter 3109. I am a heaven-defying existence. In front of the youth, Bai Neihan was tightly bound by the black vines. Even his mouth was covered by the vines. There was only shock in his eyes. Using your talent to fight me? If you're not an idiot, then what are you? Lin Ling said softly, although I don't need a punch to defeat you, I only need a whip. As soon as he finished speaking, the black vines whipped out like lightning. With a swoosh, blood spurted out. Bai Neihan's right arm was broken by the whip. Black blood flowed out from the wound. Woo-woo. Bai Neihan's mouth was covered by the vines. He could only let out muffled sounds. His eyes were about to pop out. As for the people from the Xian sect, their mouths were wide open. They did not know what had happened. Senior brother Bai had a grade 4 desolate body. Why couldn't he use his talent? Admit defeat. Bai Neihan admits defeat. An expert found that the situation was not right, so he anxiously spoke. Hearing this, the Tsang Dragon Hall also hurriedly spoke, asking Lin Ling to release Bai Neihan. The latter held his broken arm with a face full of fear. Bai Neihan, why didn't you defeat him? After Bai Neihan walked back, the people from the Xian sect complained. Now that they had admitted defeat, they had obviously lost a lot in the previous bet. Bai Neihan was obviously very bitter. He did not know what to say. Speak. The Xian sect's 4 heavenly kings were furious. I don't know what kind of evil technique he used. With that whip, my talent was drawn out. Bai Neihan did not dare to hide anything and quickly spoke. Silence. The Xian sect was silent. The distant plains were also deathly silent. Draw out his talent? Even a grade 4 desolate body was drawn out. This was too heaven-defying. Involuntarily, everyone looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of fear. What kind of vine is that? Even the 4 heavenly kings had extremely grave expressions. Lin Ling's methods could be said to be invincible. The more monstrous a genius was, the more ineffective it was against him. In the chaos of the universe, there is definitely no heaven-defying existence. That vine is so demonic, so it must have its flaws. Perhaps Lin Ling will have to expend a lot of his lifespan every time he uses it. Furthermore, this vine must have its limits. It might only be able to extract a 4th-grade desolate body. At this moment, the young man with the horsetail whisk spoke. I think so too. Zhang Qinghong nodded. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so capable. Not bad, not bad. Binahan definitely followed the topic. He felt extremely humiliated. Originally, he should have won beautifully. However, he didn't even manage to touch a hair on Lin Ling's body. Instead, his arm was cut off by Lin Ling. It was as if Xianzong had lost the bet. He didn't have the face to see anyone. Trash. Although Xianzong agreed with Zhang Qinghong and the rest, he was still furious with Binahan. Let's see how your senior will defeat him. Mortal Fairy, you go. Although Lin Ling's vine is strange, you don't rely on your talent. It's useless against you. A heavenly king said to a young man. All right. The young man with the horsetail whisk nodded immediately. At this moment, everyone in the tantric sect was laughing excitedly. They still didn't think that Lin Ling could win in the end. However, at least, Lin Ling had won 2 rounds for them. Even if the tantric sect was going to collapse in the future, they would still make Xianzong suffer before that. Good disciple. Xing Xiun was undoubtedly the most excited. He then looked at Lin Ling and said, Disciple, we won a lot of imperial crystals previously. A large portion of them belongs to you. Come over and we'll split the imperial crystals slowly. It seemed like he wanted Lin Ling to split the spoils. However, in reality, he wanted to let Lin Ling rest for a while. After all, he had fought 5 rounds in a row. If he didn't rest, it would be disadvantageous to Lin Ling. There's no need. Next. However, Lin Ling rejected him directly. He was even more anxious than Xianzong to go to the next round. This made Xing Xiun stomp his feet angrily. He was furious. At the same time, the young man with the horsetail whisk walked out. Lin Ling, there has never been a heaven-defying existence in the chaos of the universe. What do you think? Yes. After the young man walked out, he said calmly. The horsetail whisk in his hand made him look like an immortal. What are you trying to say? Yes. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. It was as if he didn't care about him at all. This made the young man frown. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Your black vine from before was very strange. However, I don't think it's invincible. There has never been a heaven-defying existence in the chaos of the universe. Do you agree with me? In fact, I've asked many geniuses in the 9 states. As long as they are true geniuses, they all agree. This is because the universe is vast and boundless. No matter how strong a cultivator is, they have to respect the gods. Yes. The young man looked at the sky and said, thinking of the days when he was training in the 9 states. His heart was filled with reverence. Humans respect the heavens, and the heavens respect humans. His words made many people nod their heads. As the strength of the cultivators increased, they realized how powerful the gods were. On the contrary, some frogs at the bottom of the well thought that they could go against the heavens and surpass the heavens. It seems that the mortal fairy has a new understanding of the ultimate martial path. The 4 heavenly kings on the side of Xianzong smiled and said, this was a realm that could only be comprehended by oneself and could not be explained by words. Only by respecting the heavens could one touch the great Tao of the universe. I am a heaven-defying existence. However, when everyone was sighing, Lin Ling also spoke and interrupted the mortal fairy's sighing. She was stunned for a moment and almost laughed out loud. You dare to say something like that? I am a heaven-defying existence. Lin Ling said again expressionlessly. The ghost genius Li Xiaoyao was a heaven-defying existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to be called the ghost genius of the 9 states. Ha ha ha. The mortal fairy laughed even louder. Previously, she had taken Lin Ling seriously. Now, it seemed that Lin Ling was just as long as one was a real genius, no one dared to say that he was a heaven-defying existence. Well, let me see how heaven-defying you are. You defeated 2 of my senior brothers with a punch and a whip. Now, are you still so confident? The mortal fairy snorted coldly. Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded calmly. Good, good, good. Let me see if you are still so confident. The mortal fairy waved the horsetail whisk in her hand gently. The 6 evils wind filled the air. It could blow away people's past and present lives, and blow away the Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Break, and Lian evil wind. According to legend, this was the horsetail whisk of the 6 evils deity, which was a 6th grade ultimate weapon. It was placed in the 6 evils mountain of the underworld and blew it for 8 million years. It could extinguish the divine fire, blow away the heavenly water, and even move the world. It could blow the world from the east world to the west world. It could be called a divine item that could reverse the universe. Swoosh! The whole plane seemed to be overturned at this moment, which was an eye-opener for people. Thousand changes. Lin Ling's eyes were calm as he stared at the rolling six evils wind. He also spat out a sentence. Then, he turned around and left for the constellation cloud. This time, the secret sect and the Xian sect were stunned. Facing the mortal fairy's six evils horsetail whisk, was Lin Ling going to admit defeat? Ha ha, heaven-defying existence? After a moment of silence, someone from the Xian sect laughed loudly. They thought Lin Ling obviously admitted defeat and went to find his master for comfort. Chapter 31:10. A sword came from the universe. Master, didn't you ask me to calculate the imperial crystals? I'm here. Lin Ling looked at Xianxia Yun and smiled. Fuck. Hearing that, the people of the tantric sect almost fell to the ground. They were in the middle of a battle, and Lin Ling was here to calculate the money? He really knows how to pick the right time. Wasn't this equivalent to admitting defeat? Chong Qingzi almost fainted on the spot. He knew that Lin Ling was crazy and couldn't be relied on. My dear disciple, your opponent is still here. Xianxia Yun finally said with a wry smile. It's okay. After calculating the money, I'll tell him what the heavens are. Lin Ling smiled faintly, which made Xianxia Yun frown. He felt that Lin Ling was implying something, so he looked at the mortal fairy in the distance. The people of the tantric sect also stopped looking at Lin Ling and looked forward. The moment they saw it, their pupils immediately widened like cowbells. Haha, defying the heavens? This is defying the heavens? You are under my feet now. How can you defy the heavens? Lin Ling, my 6 deadly winds taste good, right? Be my dog. The indifferent mortal fairy was waving his horsetail whisk and laughing wildly while looking at the sky. Every time he laughed, he waved his horsetail whisk excitedly. But there was no one in the sky. No, there was not even a strand of hair. What was the mortal fairy laughing about? Who was he attacking? The people of the Xian sect were all dumbfounded. Mortal fairy. Attack. What are you doing? One of the 4 heavenly kings of the Xian sect shouted angrily. The mortal fairy was too embarrassing. Because Lin Ling was calculating the money, he didn't attack Lin Ling. Instead, he roared at the sky like a madman. Was he kicked in the head by a donkey? However, it would have been better if the heavenly king hadn't shouted. After the heavenly king shouted, the mortal fairy became even more graceful, as if she had already won. White jade capital in the sky. 12 towers and 5 cities. Immortals touch my head, and I live forever. Reciting a poem? The martial artists on the plain were all dumbfounded. The mortal fairy seemed to be crazy. In fact, in the mortal fairy's eyes, Lin Ling had already knelt down and begged for mercy. He even kowtowed and admitted defeat. In the Xian sect, everyone was on one knee and looked at the mortal fairy with admiration. That was all he saw. This made the mortal fairy a famous person in Xianzong. Thousands of years later, his legend would spread throughout the spirit province. Therefore, he recited a poem to make himself look like an immortal. Of course, this was all an illusion. Heavenly kings of the heavenly kings of the heavenly kings. Wasn't this the demonic art of the heavenly kings of the heavenly kings of the Xian, Tizovs? Moreover, compared to the past, today's demonic technique was even more terrifying. Not only did it conjure the mortal fairy, but it also conjured the 6 evils wind. As expected of a heaven-defying existence. STSest. Lin Ling said as he walked toward the mortal fairy. Seeing this, the people of the Xian sect all had goosebumps. This battle was too weird. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a real immortal who could dominate everything. Mortal fairy, what are you doing? They hurried to remind the mortal fairy, but it was useless. Lin Ling had arrived behind the mortal fairy and looked at her calmly. The mortal fairy was still reciting a poem with her hands behind her back. This scene undoubtedly made everyone want to laugh. Of course, while he was laughing, the fear in his heart was like a monstrous wave. Lin Ling's method was too terrifying. Although I don't need a punch or a whip to defeat you, I only need one move from the illusion god's true inheritance. Lin Ling reached out his arm and grabbed the mortal fairy's neck. Then, he slammed her into the ground. Bang! The ground cracked open. The entire plain was silent. Many people were excited. Secondly, they were from the Illusion God sect. Today, the Illusion God's true inheritance reappeared in the world, proving how powerful it was. Fighting against elite geniuses, his feet didn't occupy the ground, and his hands didn't touch the clouds on the horizon. It was that easy. The Illusion God's true inheritance. What kind of martial art is that? It's too heaven-defying. Then, the plain was filled with excited voices. The three sons of the Qi family knelt down in excitement. Qi Shi kept kowtowing to Lin Ling. In the past, he asked Lin Ling for help. Today, Lin Ling let the Illusion God shine on the Spirit Province. Junior brother Lin. Qi Yu and Qi Yang also knelt down and kowtowed. This favor was heavier than the heavens, and it would be difficult to repay it. Bang! The ground continued to shake. The mortal fairy spat out blood and was defeated. However, he was still reciting a poem, still immersed in the illusion. This showed how powerful the Illusion God's true inheritance was. It could be said that he had entered a reincarnated illusion. Finally, he said weakly, "Why am I suddenly injured? Could it be that I have gone mad?" Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the plain exploded, and the spirit province shook. This was because Lin Ling was right in front of the mortal fairy, and he had defeated him and injured him. The mortal fairy also sensed it, but he still didn't know that it was Lin Ling who attacked. "I am your sky." At this moment, Lin Ling stomped his foot again. With a bang, 100-meter-tall wave of earth rushed out from the ground, and the mortal fairy spat out blood again. He was seriously injured. At this moment, he finally woke up. When he saw Lin Ling in front of him, his eyes widened. His heart, his soul, and his everything was trembling. This was because after he woke up, he vaguely guessed something. Bang! Unfortunately, it was too late. He fainted. Before he fainted, the only thought he had was that Lin Ling didn't use a punch. He defeated him with a whip, but it was only a single move. Next! Before Xianxia's surprised voice could be heard, Lin Ling spoke first. The plain was silent, and the Xianxia was even more silent. Even the Azure Dragon Hall was the same. Lin Ling, who was at the 8th stage of the martial immortal realm, had consecutively defeated 3 opponents in a single move. At this moment, they couldn't help but think that Lin Ling was indeed a heaven-defying existence. "Is it my turn?" Zhang Qinghong walked forward step by step. When Lin Ling arrived, he was the first to laugh at Lin Ling. Now, he realized that Lin Ling was somewhat unfathomable. "Use your strongest sword move." Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said, "An 8th stage of the martial immortal realm can block my sword?" Zhang Qinghong's expression was extremely serious. He realized that Lin Ling was even more difficult to deal with than Chong Qingzi. As for Chong Qingzi in the distance, he secretly clenched his fists. He was more nervous than anyone else, and there was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't know if Lin Ling could defeat Zhang Qinghong, the strength that Lin Ling had displayed really left him speechless. That was because the Tantric sect's accumulated resources did not disappoint anyone. Of course, if Lin Ling could defeat Zhang Qinghong, the Tantric sect would no longer have any doubts about Lin Ling. "In terms of swordsmanship, you're still not worthy of my attention." At this moment, Lin Ling waved the tyrannical song sword behind him and said calmly while pointing at Zhang Qinghong, "I hope that you won't disappoint me." Zhang Qinghong's Qinghong divine sword also appeared. A divine rainbow descended, and its luster illuminated the world. Chapter 31:11. Swords from the Gods. At this moment, Chong Qingzi clenched his fists tightly. Zhang Qinghong's sword contained 50% of his power. In addition, he was a 4th stage half-saint. He was much stronger than Lin Ling in every aspect. He wondered if Lin Ling would be able to block that sword. There is a sword, freely coming from the universe. Finally, in the thick clouds, a ray of light illuminated the earth like the sun. The divine sword had arrived. Before the sword landed, the spirit province was already collapsing. "This sword strike is the proudest sword strike of my entire life." Zhang Qinghong let out a cold voice. Perhaps because of the pressure, he, the #1 swordsman of the spirit province, unleashed his most dazzling sword. Whoosh! The sword was very fast, faster than light. A god stepped on a rainbow and slashed down with his sword. It was as if he wanted to separate the spirit province from the universe, forming a dividing line. The power of this sword was second in the spirit province. No one dared to claim that they were first. Clang! Lin Ling also raised his sword, but it was clearly difficult for him to resist the divine sword in the sky. Lin Ling's surroundings instantly split open and floated up, causing Lin Ling's surroundings to become chaotic. Rumble! The deafening sound continued to ring. The people of the tantric sect clenched their fists. They knew that Lin Ling would be unable to resist. The people of the illustrious sect finally smiled. They were very happy. That was because Zhang Qinghong had 3 swords throughout his life. The third sword was the most terrifying. It was the sword of the divine rainbow that was summoned from the chaos of the universe. Lin Ling, you've lost. Seeing Lin Ling's aura weakening, Zhang Qinghong smiled faintly. There is a sword that comes from the gods. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice also floated out, causing Zhang Qinghong to be stunned. His sword came from the universe, but Lin Ling's sword was even more terrifying. It came from the gods. Of course, he also thought that Lin Ling was just making a last-ditch effort and was just boasting. Tantric Buddhism, you must be very disappointed in me because I've only reached the 8th level of the martial immortal realm despite exhausting all my cultivation resources, right? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. The people of Tantric Buddhism were silent, but they were silently agreeing with Lin Ling. I've said it before. Xianxia is my master, and Tantric Buddhism is my home. When it comes to my home, my family, and my friends, I've never let them down. In the past, now, and in the future it will always be the same. Lin Ling's voice became louder and louder. Hearing that, Xianxia clenched her fists in excitement. Yu and the others also smiled. They knew that Lin Ling was indeed such a person. Let me show you 3 months of bitter cultivation. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the divine sword in the sky. Under the stimulation of the divine sword, the spiritual energy that was brewing in his dantian was now surging with monstrous waves. His 4 dantians began to move. His first dantian had broken through to the 9th level of the martial immortal realm. Lin Ling was originally blocking the sky with his sword, but at this moment, he slowly raised it. What? He broke through? There was no one who wasn't shocked when they saw that. Zhang Qinghong was the same. However, he shook his head. It was only a small level. It was impossible for him to block his divine sword. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, the sword in Lin Ling's hand was raised higher and higher. Surging realm essence was gushing out. This was not the realm essence of a 9th level martial immortal. At this moment, the entire spirit province was rumbling because of Lin Ling's realm essence. 9th level martial immortal? Is that all? Lin Ling began to walk toward the sky. Could it be? As soon as he said that, the Tantric Sama suddenly became excited. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to break through 2 levels in a row? One should know that breaking through to the martial immortal realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. 4,000 of people to break through to the first level, it would take an endless amount of time. As for breaking through to the 2nd level, it would take twice as long. As for breaking through 2 levels in a row, that only appeared in legends. Impossible. Zhang Qinghong also let out a furious roar. Nothing is impossible in front of a genius like me. Lin Ling's hair danced wildly as the tyrannical Song sword clashed with the godly sword in the sky. His voice was like thunder. The realm essence in his body became even more frenzied, as if it had formed a black hole. Under the external force, his 4 dantians were even clashing with each other. This formed an indescribable force. Boom! When this force completely exploded, the sky was filled with stars and surging realm essence. 10th level martial immortal realm. Breaking through 2 levels in a row. Furthermore, the 4 dantians were all at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. When they combined, the strength of the realm essence was like 4 10th level martial immortal realm experts working together. The devil is the god, and the god is the devil. At the same time, a lonely wind drifted out from behind Lin Ling. A headless old man appeared. He held a broken sword in his hand and looked through the sky like a god. There is a sword that comes from the gods. Whoosh! The new sword was sparkling and resplendent as it slashed through the sky. 30% of the demonic sword stage against 50% of the godly rainbow stage. It was a fierce battle between 2 swordsmen in the sky. Clang! The demonic sword was majestic. How could the universe compare to God? The sky was immediately split open. The rolling dark clouds were split open by the sword. The blue sky appeared again, and light shone in all directions. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword breaking could be heard at this moment. At the same time, broken swords began to fall from the sky. They were sparkling and extremely beautiful. Puh! At the same time, Zhang Qinghong spat out a mouthful of blood. The godly rainbow sword in his hand broke into pieces. He stared at the sky as if he could not believe what was happening. God and the universe. At this moment, he knew who was stronger. My world is not something you can understand. This sentence also lingered in his ears, causing his gaze to turn. He stared at the blue-robed young man. At this moment, it was as if he was not looking at the genius of the spirit state, but a dazzling genius of the 9 states. He was like an ant, while the blue-robed young man was like an eagle. I lost. In the silence, Zhang Qinghong threw away the broken sword in his hand. As if he had lost all will. He lowered his head and turned to leave. There was always someone better than you, and a mountain higher than you. Today, he understood this point. Everyone from the Xian sect had their mouths wide open. They had no choice but to admit that the sword was so amazing. At this moment, no one dared to laugh at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a monster among monsters. As for the tantric sect, they were silent. The middle-aged man who wanted to kill Lin Ling looked at the proud figure in the sky in a daze. In the end, he knelt down with a thud and kowtowed. I'm sorry. I wronged you before. Seeing him like this, everyone in the tantric sect was stunned. Then, one by one, they knelt down. I'm sorry. Their neat voices spread throughout the spirit state. After Lin Ling came out of seclusion, they saw that Lin Ling's realm did not increase at all. Therefore, they looked down on Lin Ling. They blamed Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not say anything. It was as if he wanted facts to prove everything. However, they did not plan to give Lin Ling a chance at all. Now, they finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling, who had used up all the cultivation resources of the tantric sect, was. He did not let down the tantric sect at all. Xingxiu Yun is my master. The tantric sect is my home. I will definitely fight for them. Chapter 31:12. The Battle for First Place. Illuminating the Spirit Province? The final battle is here. The tantric sect's lord smiled as he looked at the sky. However, his eyes were moist and tears were flowing down his cheeks. That was because the tantric sect's trump card was Lin Ling. Lin Ling defeats Xianxia. Chong Qingzi roared. At that moment, he had wholeheartedly admitted that Lin Ling was the tantric sect's ultimate weapon. Clang! In the sky, the blue-robed youth cast his indifferent gaze at the scholar from the Xian sect. The #1 genius of the spirit province. Let's fight. After defeating you, I'll defeat all the geniuses of the 9 provinces. The blue-robed youth's heroic voice let everyone know that the blue-robed youth did not care about the #1 genius of the spirit province at all. The battle of the pinnacle had begun. Woo! Wind whistled from the ground. It was cold and ancient. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. He slowly stepped forward. He had finally walked out. This was the #1 genius of the spirit province who had never used his true strength. Until now, no one knew how powerful he was. However, to be called the #1 genius of the spirit province, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Of course, as the tantric sect's ultimate trump card, Lin Ling was also an existence that could not be underestimated. That was because in the previous 4 battles, Lin Ling defeated the strongest geniuses of the Xian sect with a punch, a whip, a move, and a sword respectively. In addition, he was able to break through 2 stages in a row. His battle prowess was not something a martial immortal should have. Therefore, if Lin Ling fought Xianxia, he might not be defeated easily. At the beginning, I thought you were an ant. However, I've clearly underestimated you. Xianxia said calmly as he floated in the sky. In fact, he was also shocked by the strength Lin Ling displayed. However, he had come back from the 9 prefectures and had seen many peerless geniuses. Therefore, this kind of surprise quickly disappeared without a trace. He estimated that Lin Ling could fight against an initial stage half-saint, but it would be difficult for him to fight against a middle stage half-saint. I'm a 5th layer half-saint. Xianxia spread open his arms. Unparalleled realm essence spread out like clouds, lingering around him like the waves of the sea, surging and moving. My talent is a grade 4 desolate body, 100 Great Bloodline. Sea Deity Bloodline. Xianxia said again. He actually had the bloodline of the sea god, which was on par with the foreign races Linling had encountered in Dragon Tooth City. You, Linling, are the #1 genius of Tantric Buddhism and the ultimate weapon. I admit this. However, I find it laughable that you said you were a heaven-defying existence. You don't know what kind of opponents I've faced in the 9 continents, nor do you know what the 10 heavenly lords are. Xianxia said as he looked at the distant sky. In his opinion, the 10 heavenly lords were the true peerless geniuses and heaven-defying disciples. The 10 Directions Celestial Monarch? The top genius I met in Yuzhou? How could Xianxia know him? Others did not know who the 10 Directions Celestial Monarch was, but Tantric Buddhism and the 4 heavenly kings did. Their expressions changed drastically. The 10 Directions Celestial Monarch was a genius of the 9 continents. He was a sage. Apart from Yen and Miao continents, he had the aura to sweep through all the other divine continents. I was undefeated after 300 moves against him. Xianxia said again. Tantric Buddhism and the others were even more surprised. They did not expect Xianxia to have reached such heights in the spirit continent. Linling was indifferent. He did not know the 10 Directions Celestial Monarch because he was not a genius from the era of geniuses like Li Xiaoyao. You seem like an ignorant person. Forget it. You don't know the 10 Directions Celestial Monarch, but you must have heard of the fighting for Light Cicada. The 10 Directions Celestial Monarch is his disciple. Xianxia said with a smile when he saw Linling's expressionless face. Linling's eyes finally flickered. Obviously, Linling had heard of the fighting for Light Cicada. Fighting for Light Cicada. Quasi-martial god. Of course, compared to Linling's emotions, the entire spirit continent was in turmoil. The spirit continent was not like Qing continent. Most people knew who the experts of the 9 continents were. They had heard of the fighting for Light Cicada. That was because the fighting for Light Cicada was a genius whose name had shaken the 9 continents. It was said that he had only lost once among his peers. Later on, he rose rapidly and became a martial god master. Although he had not fully stepped into the martial god realm, his strength was undeniable. No wonder the 10 Directions Celestial Monarch was so strong. He was the fighting for Light Cicada's disciple. I see. At this moment, Linling spoke with a faint smile. He did not know the 10 Directions Celestial Monarch, but he knew the fighting for Light Cicada. That was because he was a genius from Li Xiaoyao's era. Unfortunately, he had lost to Li Xiaoyao. Let's fight. Clang. Linling did not waste time. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Great Ocean Spirit Rhinoceros. Seeing that Linling's emotions only fluctuated slightly, Xianxia was clearly unhappy. He had said so much before because he wanted Linling to know his inferiority. Being able to have the last laugh in the spirit continent did not mean that he could do it in the 9 continents. He pointed with his finger. The waves around his body rolled and turned into a finger like countless tentacles, attacking Linling. What was terrifying was that although the waves were huge, they were not messy. Xianxia controlled them to perfection. From this, it could be seen that the title of the #1 genius of the spirit continent was not undeserved. Seeing this, Linling moved and exploded with the speed of 40 worlds, dodging the first finger of the waves. It's useless. Xianxia shook his head. He did not care about this speed. He stepped on the waves as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Strangely, his speed did not seem fast, but he could instantly pass through 10,000 worlds. He actually moved closely behind Linling, and this was the speed of 50 worlds. I'm not good at speed, but I'm still above you. A disdainful voice floated out at the same time. Xianxia pulled his right hand behind his back, and a finger of the sea attacked Linling like a tentacle. Is that so? While the people of the Tantric sect were worried, Linling shook his head. The speed of 40 worlds had quietly increased, becoming faster and swifter. 45 world speed? Seeing this, Xing Suiyun gasped. Could it be that Linling increased his speed during the battle? No, it's at least 47 world speed. The Tantric sect's eyes narrowed. Furthermore, what terrified them the most was that this was not the end. Linling continued to swim through the sea as if he was surrounded by danger. He avoided the fingers that were formed by the sea, and in the end, his speed reached the speed of 50 worlds. With this speed, not to mention the naked eye, even the heavenly eye technique could not see through it. Great, with 50 world speed, Lin Ling is in an invincible position. The tantric sex masters were overjoyed. In fact, although Lin Ling was the ultimate weapon of the tantric sect, they were not confident that he could defeat the #1 genius of the spirit continent. Chapter 31:13. The ultimate weapon. Using a battle to nurture a battle? Compared to the shock of the crowd, Xianxia appeared very calm. His hands formed a complicated seal, causing the surrounding sea to appear. At the same time, a palm formed by the divine sea also slammed towards Lin Ling. Let's see how you block this. Boundless ocean. The huge palm was sparkling and resplendent, but with a rumbling sound, it was no weaker than the sea of 10,000 realms. The bloodline of the sea god was a talent that allowed one to control 10,000 seas. Naturally, it was no small matter. At this moment, Lin Ling lifted his head and stared at Xianxia, who was surrounded by the ocean. He knew that Xianxia was not weak. Among his peers in the spirit state, he was probably the most difficult opponent to deal with. However, right now, Lin Ling really needed to nurture himself through battle. He needed to stimulate all the spiritual energy in his body and step into a new realm. Tyrannical singing sword. Once again dodging the ocean finger, Lin Ling's sword slashed towards the huge palm. Rumble. At this moment, the demonic sword stage erupted with a power that could destroy everything. A sharp sword slashed out. However, this sword strike did not have much of an effect at this moment. Even though Lin Ling's 4 dantians had fused into the sword, the effect was still the same. This was because Xianxia's cultivation realm far surpassed Lin Ling's. In addition, his talent was not weak, and his ultimate martial Dao was extremely sharp. Thus, Lin Ling's methods were not very effective. Xianxia was also an all-round genius. Rumble. The gigantic palm of the ocean was already within sight. Everyone could see that Lin Ling seemed to be unable to resist it, and was about to be submerged by the ocean at any moment. Hee hee. But at this moment, Lin Ling laughed instead. That's more like it. Because the spirit energy within his body was continuously being refined by the enormous pressure. Moreover, his 4 dantians didn't have time to devour it, so a large amount of spirit energy surged into his body, causing his fiend god physique to improve madly. Roar! The dragon god roared and shot up into the air, hovering behind Lin Ling, looking incredibly awe-inspiring. At the same time, strange images appeared behind Lin Ling as a huge mouth appeared, ready to devour everything. More than half of the negative effects brought about by the sea god's power were instantly devoured. One had to know that in the ocean, even if one's movement technique was very fast, it would definitely be greatly reduced. This was the power of the realm-swallowing beast. At this moment, the realm-devouring beast's talent had also stepped into the ranks of a second-grade desolate body. Strength of the dragon. A steady stream of energy flowed into his body, causing Lin Ling to immediately let out a roar. He brandished his great sword like a divine dragon swinging its tail. He was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. In the realm of essence, he had finally stepped into a new world. His strength had also reached 300 world force. Together with the merging of the 4 dantians, the slash instantly slashed the giant palm in half. Terrifying realm essence was gushing out, causing everyone in the spirit state to be greatly shocked. Lin Ling was so ferocious. One had to know that that was the power of a 5th-grade half-saint, while Lin Ling was only a martial immortal. You're quite capable. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling to have really broken through, and he had done so with the help of his attack. Therefore, his movement technique was like flowing water. Tens of thousands of palms appeared, shattering the void and blasting toward Lin Ling. That terrifying attack could probably cause the spirit state to collapse. However, Lin Ling still had a smile on his face. He activated 50 world speed, bypassed Xianxia, and appeared behind him. The great sword in his hand then slashed out horizontally, turning into a sparkling and resplendent sword ray. This sword was mixed with the power of the demon sword. If it hit Xianxia, he would definitely be injured. However, as expected of the #1 genius of the spirit state, Xianxia's battle experience was extremely rich. He shouted coldly, "I've said that you're only slightly capable." As his voice drifted out, he seemed to flow with the current. Not only did he avoid Lin Ling's fatal attack, but he also appeared behind Lin Ling strangely. A spear formed by the sea attacked Lin Ling's back like lightning. Terrifying realm essence fluctuations came from behind him, causing Lin Ling's smile to become even wider. He did not plan to avoid anything. Without even looking behind him, he slashed out horizontally with his sword. You'd better use your full strength. Otherwise, after I completely awaken, you won't have any chance. At the same time, Lin Ling's left hand grabbed out. On his arm, black lightning struck out. It was Little Kunlun. Little Kunlun could strike out the opponent's talent. This was the nightmare of all cultivators. Seeing this, the tantric sex lord and the others shouted wildly. Lin Ling seemed to have grasped the opportunity. He might be able to win. Humph. However, Xianxia coldly snorted. He was not afraid at all and allowed the black lightning to strike. With a bang, the water wave was blown apart by the whip. Little Kunlun was actually attacking the sea. This whip was clearly dodged by Xianxia. A very heaven-defying treasure, but it can't hit its target. What's the use of it? Xianxia's voice sounded from the other side. The sea spear was still shooting towards Lin Ling. From this, it could be seen that this person was indeed difficult to deal with. He actually managed to break Lin Ling's Little Kunlun. This was also the first time Little Kunlun had failed after attacking. However, Little Kunlun was intelligent. It did not use the techniques that it had always been good at. It was clearly furious. The vines rushed into the sky and grew wildly, turning the entire sky into a primeval forest. This shocking scene was extremely vast. It was an eye-opener for countless cultivators in the spirit state. However, Xianxia weaved through the vines like waves of water, once again avoiding all the vines. As for the spear, it still did not retreat a single step. Instead, it shone with a cold light. 1,000 transformations. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling let out a low roar. His soul power spread out like water, and an illusion appeared. This soul martial art had released endless light before, but it did not have any effect at this moment. Your soul martial art has a fatal flaw. After you use it, if you're 1,000 miles away, you won't be affected at all. However, to me, 1,000 miles is only a breath's time. I don't even need a breath's time. The sea still filled the sky, as if it was Xianxia's home ground. He moved with the water and disappeared 1,000 miles away. The illusion was broken by him again. Moreover, just as the illusion disappeared, he shot towards Lin Ling like an arrow, his spear like the sea. Time and space divine steel. Seeing this, Lin Ling let out a light roar. A divine steel fell from the sky to resist the spear. Rumble. The two strongest geniuses of the spirit province clashed once again. One of them held a giant sword while the other held a blue long spear. They moved faster than the speed of light, and a myriad of techniques continued to be used, causing the battle to become extremely intense. I didn't expect the tantric sex final weapon, Lin Ling, to be so powerful. Lin Ling, do your best. Everyone in the tantric sect was shocked. Even if Chong Qingzi was sent out, he would not be able to fight until now. However, Lin Ling could, using various methods, fight evenly with Xianxia. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a 10th stage martial immortal. What if he was at the same level as Xianxia? The result was obvious. Chapter 31:14. The Tribulation of a Saint. Who is this Lin Ling? Where did he come from? His methods are unpredictable and incomparably sharp. If this continues, the spirit state will be his. Over at Xianzong's side, everyone's expression was solemn. They did not expect Lin Ling to become more ferocious as the battle went on. Lord Xianzong looked gloomily at the sky. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, and a voice transmission was quietly sent out. This caused Xianxia's eyes to flicker, and he nodded lightly. In fact, even without Lord Xianzong's reminder, he did not intend to hold back anymore. Lord Xianzong's voice was precisely for Xianxia to kill Lin Ling. This was because even if Lin Ling was defeated today, and Xianzong could become the #1 in the spirit state as he wished, Lin Ling would definitely make a comeback in the future. With the strength that Lin Ling had displayed so far, no one could guarantee how terrifying his future would be. It's time to end this. Therefore, Xianxia did not hesitate and finally revealed his trump card. Woo woo woo. The clouds in the sky seemed to have been summoned by something. The clouds parted, revealing the pitch-black chaos of the universe. In the chaos, Tadpole-like shadows swam down, majestic and extremely orderly. These shadows looked like souls, but they seemed to be much more powerful than ordinary souls. It was a strange thing that lingered between a soul and a dead spirit. As those shadows got closer and closer to the ground, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even the experts in the late stage of the half-saint realm felt this way. One of the 100 great bloodlines, the god of the underworld talent. Someone finally let out a solemn voice. It's at least a 5th grade one. Even Xianzong's people were shocked. What, 2 talents? One is a 4th grade desolate body, and the other is a 5th grade desolate body. Lord Tantric Buddhism stared at the sky and realized that the color of the surrounding ocean had changed, becoming pitch black. It was no longer an ocean, but more like the netherworld sea. Was this Xianxia's hidden trump card? Moreover, a 5th grade desolate body was the strongest talent in the spirit state. At this moment, everyone was worried for Lin Ling. With the addition of countless underworld souls, the power of the ocean became even more terrifying. Not only was it majestic, it was also mixed with the power of Yin. Because these were souls that had truly been extracted from the netherworld. As for the underworld, it was the origin of all hell in the myriad of worlds, and it was also the origin of all ghost realms. In the 9 states, many experts also possessed talents from the underworld. Each of these experts was an indomitable figure. As for the spirit state, there were a few people who also possessed the aura of the underworld, such as Sakura and Meng Lu. Their talents were actually related to the underworld. Lin Ling, I was just playing with you before. Now, let's test my strength. Xianxia's eyes turned pitch black. His palm, like the boundless ocean, pressed down on Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling instantly feel a great amount of pressure. Xianxia's realm essence was even more turbulent at this moment, causing the black ocean to emit a cold aura. This cold aura was not cold, but it could penetrate a person's soul. Furthermore, any warrior who was close to the ocean would be frozen, turning into a black ice sculpture. The most terrifying thing was that a shadow would shoot out from the ice sculpture, taking away the warrior's soul. Clearly, after using the 2 talents at the same time, not only did his strength increase significantly, the most terrifying thing was those underworld souls. With this, I can block the 10 heavenly lords. Xianxia's voice reverberated in the ocean. This was the foundation of his battle against the geniuses of the 9 states. Splash! The black ocean, under the gigantic palm, crossed the sky, the ruins, and even the entire spirit state. Ka. Wherever the ocean passed, everything in the world would be frozen, turning into black statues. Those statues were people, objects, and even a stalk of grass. At this moment, it was frozen, but because it turned into black ice, it seemed to be baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was very ferocious. Among them, there was a statue holding a large sword and carrying an ancient sword on its back. At this moment, it had also turned into a statue. That person was Lin Ling. Seeing this, the people from the Azure Dragon Hall sighed. The outcome has been decided. Sigh, I have to say that this Lin Ling is also a rare genius in the spirit state. Unfortunately, his cultivation is still a bit weak. If he had reached the martial immortal realm, today's situation would be different. Yeah, seeing the 2 strongest geniuses clash, no matter who dies, this is a huge loss to the spirit state. It makes our hearts ache. Compared to the Azure Dragon Hall's pity, the people from the Xian sect were ecstatic. Cheers spread out like waves. Their Xian sect won. The era belonged to their Xian sect. Some of the more impatient people even roared at the sky. Senior Xiang, the #1 genius of the spirit state. Their voices soared into the sky and spread through the clouds. As for the people from the Tantric sect, their faces were gloomy. However, they did not blame Lin Ling because they saw that Lin Ling had done his best. At least, if it was someone else, they would not even be able to block 3 of Xianxia's attacks. Their Tantric sect's ultimate weapon had been defeated. However, just as everyone thought that the outcome was over, all the ice statues on the ground started to tremble. Moreover, the trembling became faster and faster. Finally, the black ice statues started to tremble. At this moment, cracks appeared in the black ice world that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This shocked everyone. They realized that the source of the trembling of the black ice world seemed to be within one of the ice statues, and that ice statue was Lin Ling. At this moment, inside the ice statue, Lin Ling was motionless. Although the nether souls rushed into his body and tried to devour him, his powerful soul power immediately rushed out and formed a soul wave. It shook the nether souls and even devoured them. Although the nether souls were of a higher level than the undead souls, the number of nether souls that entered his body was not large. Therefore, it was much easier and faster to deal with them compared to the last time in the Qing state. On the contrary, with the help of the nether souls and the pressure outside his body, Lin Ling's dantian was boiling. His 4 dantians spun like comets and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy in his dantian. As expected, with the stimulation of external forces, it's faster than breaking through on my own. The corner of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Boom! His dantian exploded with a roar. The light of a saint gushed out of his body like a tide and a wave. First level half-saint. Rumble. At the same time, a huge bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky. This bolt of lightning was white, but it carried the pressure of a god. This was the tribulation of a saint. Every expert who wanted to break through to the half-saint realm would have to go through the trial of a god. If they passed, they would become a saint. If they failed, they would be reduced to ashes and could not even enter the cycle of reincarnation. Someone has broken through to the half-saint realm. It looks like Lin Ling. A series of exclamations could be heard. The eyes of the tantric sect's elders were wide open. Even Xianxia was the same. Chapter 31:15. A battle in broad daylight. The ferocious lightning struck down as if a palm had struck the earth, forming a storm. Cracks appeared on the black ice sculpture world. The sage tribulation tested 3 key factors. First, talent. Those who were not talented enough would face a 10% increase in danger if they forcefully broke through. Second, ultimate martial arts. Those who were not good at martial arts would face another 10% increase in danger. Third, a solid foundation of cultivation. If they were not strong in all 3 factors, then breaking through depended on luck. Boom. However, after the first bolt of lightning struck, Lin Ling was actually unscathed. He was like an ice sculpture, steady and unmoving. This surprised the tantric sect masters and the others. However, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not disperse. Instead, they became thicker and thicker, as if a god had arrived and looked at the common people. His large hand struck down again. The second bolt of lightning struck, and divine thunder rumbled. Everyone in the spirit state was in a state of panic. Because only one tribulation was needed to become a sage, but Lin Ling had to undergo 2? What did this mean? Could it be that the gods valued Lin Ling more? Rumble. The second sage tribulation struck, and the black ice around Lin Ling's body finally cracked. Rumble. However, the third tribulation followed closely behind. In fact, the third and fourth tribulations struck at the same time. 4 tribulation sage lightning? The spirit state was completely silent. Looking at the history of the spirit state, Lin Ling was the only one who had 4 tribulations. The more sage tribulations he had, the more potential and strength Lin Ling had. Rumble. After the final 2 lightning tribulations struck, no one knew if Lin Ling would be unscathed. Instead, a dazzling light appeared in front of him. An endless pool of lightning wreaked havoc, causing the entire black ice world to crack. Moreover, shattered ice shot into the sky and then fell down like rain. Did he succeed? Someone said solemnly. This was the tribulation of 4 saints. How could an ordinary person cross this tribulation? At the same time, after the world of black ice collapsed, a figure slowly walked out. He was holding an ancient sword, and flames were burning on his body, forming billowing steam. This made him look extremely unreal, but people could clearly see that in this illusory scene, a pair of extremely sharp eyes appeared. This caused the hearts of the Mi and Xian sects to explode. Lin Ling had successfully broken through. Another half-saint had been born in the spirit province. Moreover, based on the saint's tribulation, it was obvious that this was no ordinary half-saint stage powerhouse. Xianxia, thank you for helping me break through. Now, do you want to die, or do you want me to solve it for you? Finally, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Lin Ling walked out step by step. His saint's light was extremely dense. It actually caused Xianxia's legs to tremble and he couldn't straighten his back. Even if he was at the 5th stage of the half-saint stage and had 2 desolate physiques, he felt like he wasn't looking at a half-saint, but a real saint in front of Lin Ling's saint's light. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling, who was only at the first stage of the half-saint stage, could give him such pressure. How could he know that Lin Ling's 4 dantians had all entered the first stage of the half-saint stage? His boundary essence was terrifying. It wasn't weaker than the 4th stage of the half-saint stage. In fact, because of the fusion, it had already far surpassed the 4th stage of the half-saint stage. The victor hasn't been decided yet. Lin Ling, I'll let you see my peerless move. The move that injured the 10 heavenly lords and was praised by senior battling cicada of light. Roar! Suddenly, Xianxia roared at the sky. No one knew what he was chanting, but a mysterious symbol appeared on his forehead. His entire body also darkened. This made Sakura and the underworld god, who also had one of the 100 bloodlines, deeply feel the terrifying pressure. At this moment, a mysterious aura spread out from Xianxia's body. His cultivation level rose like a boat, reaching 70%. The black netherworld sea surged again, but it didn't engulf Lin Ling. Instead, it lingered in the sky and gradually formed a huge black hole. From the black hole, the aura of the underworld quietly spread out. That was the smell of death. That was the tomb of a saint. One had to know that saints didn't enter the ghost realm, the 6 paths of reincarnation, or the 9 serenities and 18 levels of hell because they were saints. However, when the black hole appeared, even saints trembled with fear. Martial arts of the underworld. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the black hole indifferently. In his mind, he recalled a martial art that he had learned in the rainforest sacred land. The 6 paths of reincarnation. What Xianxia was using wasn't the 6 paths of reincarnation, but the underworld reincarnation. Heavens, that's the underworld reincarnation. Isn't that the underworld god's martial art? Where did Xianxia get such a martial art? He's going to become the underworld god and become the god of the gods era. I'm afraid that not more than 30% of the people in the semi-sage realm can block this move from the looks of it. The entire spirit state was shocked. Some experts with the strength of saints had also guessed what Xianxia was using. Then, they quickly looked at Lin Ling. If it was the previous Xianxia, Lin Ling might be able to defeat him, but the current Xianxia was a bit difficult. Unless Lin Ling was also hiding something. Fine, underworld and Buddha can't coexist. At this moment, Lin Ling's long hair was dancing wildly. His strength was also stimulated to the peak. After reaching the half-saint realm, he also wanted to test the power of the great solar calamity bow. I see that the people of the world are walking in the boundless dust. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what's going on. They don't know how long they can live in glory and splendor. The ancient Buddhist voice, like a heavenly dragon protecting the Dharma, quietly sounded in the spirit state. A golden light shone in all directions. In Lin Ling's hand, a 5-meter-long divine dragon bow descended. This, Lin Ling still has some tricks up his sleeve. Fuck, a 5-meter-long bow, and the entire bow is made of dragon bones. Isn't it too impressive? Lin Ling, as expected of the ultimate weapon of the Tantric Buddhism. Seeing the ferocious dragon bone and incomparably huge dragon bow, the entire spirit state was in an uproar. Even the saints of the Azure Dragon Hall had extremely serious expressions. They had always thought highly of Xianxia, but now, there was another name in the world in their hearts, and that was Lin Ling. I think this battle should be stopped, a saint said. Because both of them were the most outstanding geniuses of the spirit state, losing either one of them was something they didn't want to see. The battle has already reached its climax. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. However, another saint sighed. At this point, it was likely that Lin Ling and Xianxia wouldn't withdraw so easily. That's right, only one person can be the #1 genius of the spirit state. It was even more impossible for Xianzong to keep Lin Ling, so they all agreed. As for the Tantric Buddhism, they wanted to stop this battle, but they also knew that it was impossible. Therefore, they all turned their gazes to the majestic dragon bow, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in the sky, was undoubtedly extremely extraordinary. Chapter 31:16. 2 arrows shooting reincarnation. I have to admit that you, Lin Ling, are indeed impressive. You have all sorts of extraordinary techniques, many of which I have never seen before. However, do you think you can block the reincarnation of the god of the underworld with that bow? Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Ling. The techniques I have are beyond your understanding. Blocking the reincarnation of the underworld is an extremely easy task. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ha ha ha, you probably don't know what the bloodline of the god of the underworld is. Even Senior Guang Zhangchan praised my reincarnation endlessly. He once said that if he was young, he wouldn't be able to break the reincarnation of the underworld. There is only one person of the same age in this world, and that person is also an expert who defeated Senior Guang Zhangchan. He is a god that you have to look up to. Now die. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. His reincarnation of the underworld was a true god's technique. Although he had only scratched the surface, it was not something that ordinary people could block. After speaking, he released the mark from the underworld. In the sky, reincarnation opened and began to rotate. Even the saints on the ground had serious expressions. This was a technique that could kill them. If they entered the underworld, they would not be able to become a saint. Rumble. A terrifying suction force enveloped Lin Ling's entire body as if the gods were punishing him. Meanwhile, the bow in Lin Ling's hand was silently drawn, and a dragon god appeared on the bowstring. However, the reincarnation of the underworld in the sky was not something that he could block. It continued to drag him into the underworld. Seeing this, the people of the tantric sect all shouted. They saw Lin Ling's body slowly floating toward the reincarnation of the underworld. Danger lurked everywhere. First arrow, heavenly dragon's protection, good karma increases by day. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally released the arrow. The arrow turned into a dragon god and shot toward the reincarnation of the underworld. This is one of the 8 divine powers of the dragon tribe. Only then did the Xian sect cultivators see Lin Ling's technique clearly, and their expressions instantly became serious. They did not expect that the battle between the top geniuses of the spirit state was actually a battle of the gods. One was the god of the underworld, and the other was the dragon clan. Both of them were gods left behind in the era of gods. Their light shrouded these juniors, and they fought again in the era of gods. Now the battle between the two was no longer a clash of talent, cultivation realm, or ultimate martial Tao, but rather a clash of divine methods, to see who was stronger. Whoosh! The arrow shot into the netherworld reincarnation wheel, and the entire wheel of reincarnation stopped. Moreover, cracks appeared on it. This arrow was so terrifying. The reputation of the heavenly dragon protector was definitely not undeserved. Even Xianxia's expression changed greatly. However, the cracked samsara began to slowly move again. Although it was slow, it was clear that the arrow hadn't pierced through it. Haha, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, one more arrow. Why didn't he come? I think you can only fire one arrow. It's my turn now. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but laugh loudly. His laughter was very excited. He had blocked Lin Ling's arrow. My apologies. I just happened to be able to fire a second arrow. With the Emperor's help, Bodhi will not retreat. However, just as he laughed, Lin Ling's great sun calamity bow was drawn again, and a new arrow descended. This arrow was not from the dragon god, but the true inheritance of the dark sword. What? Xianxia never expected that Lin Ling would still have another arrow. The 6 mystical abilities of the dragon tribe could only be cultivated by the dragon god. Thus, Xianxia guessed that Lin Ling could barely cultivate one arrow, and that would be enough to sweep through the crowd. However, who knew that Lin Ling was not a member of the dragon tribe, but he could draw a second arrow, and this second arrow undoubtedly tipped the scales. After all, he had only scratched the surface of the underworld god's techniques, and Lin Ling's dragon tribe techniques were much more powerful than his. Whoosh! The second arrow shot into the sky. Kaboom! The netherworld reincarnation wheel, which was originally slowly rotating, was finally completely shattered by the second arrow. Xianxia's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, an arrow shot down from the sky like a heavenly dragon, majestically shooting towards him. This made him open his mouth wide, and his face was filled with anxiety. I'll destroy your past, present, and future. Lin Ling's voice was like a deity's as it floated in his ears. Impossible, how can this be? Xianxia kept shaking his head. He had traveled the 9 states and fought against the geniuses of the 9 states, so he was full of confidence and thought that no one in the spirit state could stop him. However, now, a monster that was not weaker than the geniuses of the 9 states had been born here. Most importantly, this person was a nobody. Therefore, he could not figure it out and died with a grievance. Because I am the only person who defeated Guangzhenchan, the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly appeared in Xiang Anning's ears, causing his pupils to constrict. Ghost geniuses should not be humiliated. He remembered this sentence. In fact, at this critical moment, he even remembered what the Lord of 10 Directions had said to him. The only battle that the Lord of 10 Directions master, Guangzhenchan, had lost was to the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. You are! Xiang Anning roared, but it was too late. The arrow pierced through him, causing him to gradually turn into ashes as if he was illuminated by the sun. His past, present, and future were all killed. This also caused the spirit state to be thunderstruck. Lin Ling, 2 arrows shot the cycle of reincarnation. The ultimate weapon of the tantric sect was indeed terrifying. This also meant that the #1 genius of the spirit state had changed hands. It was Lin Ling from the tantric sect. Everyone thought back to the final battle. They thought back to the beginning of the battle and the final battle. All of this felt extremely unreal. Of course, in the end, they seemed to see a dazzling light that illuminated the spirit province. That light was Lin Ling. In the end, they looked at the sky with dazed eyes. Other than shock and horror, there was nothing else in their eyes. Using battle to nurture battle. This guy is the craziest person I've ever seen. The tantric sect master also muttered to himself. It was obvious that he was also scared out of his wits. It had to be known that it was not rare for a martial artist to make a breakthrough in the midst of a battle. Of course, a continuous breakthrough like Lin Ling was one of a kind. But the most frightening thing was that he had just made a breakthrough but was already familiar with his strength and could use any means to counter it. This was truly rare. Lin Ling, you killed Xiang Anning. I'm going to kill you. In the Xian sect, after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, everyone's eyes turned red. They were originally confident of victory, but it was all destroyed by Lin Ling. Now, even the #1 genius was dead. This made them hate Lin Ling to the core. You bunch of ants? You're not worthy. Lin Ling looked at the Xian sect people indifferently. The disdain in his eyes was not concealed at all. Such words and such an expression were undoubtedly like adding oil to a fire. He killed the #1 genius of the Xian sect and did not feel guilty at all. Instead, he said that they were not worthy. At this moment, even the sage who was unfazed by the collapse of the sky was completely enraged. He's Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. A sage descended from the sky. Master Rong. He's the Lin Ling you've been looking for. Chapter 31:17. The saints of the heavenly court had arrived. This sudden change caused the entire spirit province to become silent. Who is this person? He's so strong. The master of Tantra and the 4 heavenly kings frowned. Although they were all saints, they could clearly sense that this saint was even more extraordinary. Lin Ling also looked at the sky. Especially after seeing Long Yang. He knew that the person was coming for him. You're from the heavenly court? Then, Lin Ling said indifferently, vaguely guessing something. You're right. I'm the brocade dust saint of the heavenly court. The old man lowered his head and looked down at Lin Ling as he spoke unhurriedly. The gaze with which he looked at Lin Ling faintly carried a hint of curiosity. You're Lin Ling, right? Come back with me. The martial god wants to see you. The old man wasn't sure if Lin Ling was the person he was looking for, but he didn't let him go. If you don't agree, I'll kill you on the spot. His next words caused the hearts of everyone in spirit state to tremble. It turned out that this saint from the heavenly court was actually here to kill Lin Ling. At this moment, the people of Tantric Buddhism were all shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that Lin Ling had become the #1 person in Tantric Buddhism, they could not let Lin Ling die at the hands of the sage. As for the Tantric sages and the 4 heavenly kings, they had long known that the newcomers were not kind, so they were all prepared to fight to the death. However, the latter's strength was clearly stronger than theirs. Furthermore, he was from the heavenly court, so they did not know if they could defeat him. Capture Lin Ling? If he refused, he would be killed on the spot. Ha ha ha, great. On the other hand, on Xianzong's side, Lord Xianzong and the 4 heavenly kings all laughed loudly. Their excitement was even greater than when they broke through. It turned out that they were not helpers, but enemies. This Lin Ling is so unlucky. He actually offended someone from the heavenly court, and a saint at that. Men, bring a table and chairs over. Bring some good wine. Let's enjoy the show. Lord Xianzong had been waiting for Lin Ling to die, so naturally, he was satisfied. Senior Saint of the Heavenly Court, if you need any help, Sir Xianzong. We will capture Lin Ling for you. The four heavens and the Heavenly Court's faces. After all, the Heavenly Court of the Heavens, Saint of the Heavenly Court, Heavenly Kings, Dragon. Note. Even the Tsong Dragon Hall couldn't stand it anymore. One of the saints shouted angrily. What are you all doing? Lin Ling is from the spirit state and he might even become the realm monarch in the future. The Tsong Dragon Hall was left behind by the gods. If it was before, they wouldn't have stood up for Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling was the most promising candidate to become the next realm monarch. According to the rules of the gods, they had to protect Lin Ling. What does it have to do with us? The one who wants to kill Lin Ling is the Saint of the Heavenly Court. If the Azure Dragon Hall is not convinced, you can go and provoke them. However, Lord Xianzong had an indifferent expression on his face. Moreover, he'd unknowingly picked up a bunch of grapes and was eating as he spoke. His words caused those saints to tremble with rage. Then, all the saints looked at the saint in the sky. Senior, there must be some misunderstanding. I don't care about that. As long as his name is Lin Ling, I must take him away. If your spirit state wants to stop me, then you must consider whether or not you can withstand the wrath of the Heavenly Court. The old man said indifferently. A golden incense burner appeared in his hand. Green smoke drifted out from the incense burner. It was like an orchid, like a musk deer, like a cloud, like a crane. The incense burner was in the shape of a toad. There were 2 blue dragons carved on the side. It looked extremely extraordinary. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. He recognized the incense burner. On the other hand, the Azure Dragon Hall saints felt a strong pressure from the incense burner. They knew that the Heavenly Court had to take Lin Ling away today. Junior Lin Ling, you're very bold. You actually dare to provoke the Heavenly Court time and time again. In fact, I'm very curious about your actions. Can you tell me why you're doing this? The old man finally looked at Lin Ling. His tone was full of dignity. Lin Ling, hurry up and answer. The Heavenly Court Saint is asking you a question. Before Lin Ling could speak, Lord Xianzong and the 4 heavenly kings spoke one after another. They reprimanded him in the tone of a senior. He's young but he's so impudent. A person like this won't amount to anything in the future. That's right. I think he'll only amount to this for the rest of his life. Tell us why you're so cruel and heartless. Otherwise, don't blame the spirit state for putting righteousness before family. Once these words were spoken, the saints of the Azure Dragon Hall cursed in their hearts. The entire spirit state was the same. However, Lin Ling didn't care about what Lord Xianzong said. He smiled calmly. Haha, I knew the Heavenly Court would be very curious. However, do you really want to know the answer? Speak. The old saint nodded immediately. He was indeed curious about Lin Ling. First, with Lin Ling's strength, why did he provoke the Heavenly Court time and time again and kill the martial god's disciples? Second, with Lin Ling's strength, why was he able to succeed time and time again? Even a 5th stage half-saint had died at Lin Ling's hands. All of this was a mystery. Because I was under someone's orders. Lin Ling stopped smiling and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire spirit province fell silent. The old saint frowned. Under someone's orders? He pondered for a moment. Everything seemed to make sense. The Heavenly Court was spread throughout the 9 states and was the most powerful force in the post-God era. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke them. Lin Ling was just one person. Unless he was stupid, he wouldn't do something like this. This meant that Lin Ling did indeed have someone backing him up. There should be more than one person behind you, right? The old saint asked again. Since Lin Ling dared to provoke the Heavenly Court, there might be a powerful force behind him. Yes, we're an alliance. Lin Ling nodded lightly. The old saint's eyes finally lit up. What alliance? Even Xianxia and the others were shocked. Lin Ling had a powerful alliance behind him? Although this news was shocking, it seemed to make sense when they thought about Lin Ling's speed of growth. Let's take a look at this sword first. Old man, do you think I can take this sword with my strength? Lin Ling didn't explain anything. He waved his right hand and the true inheritance dark sword appeared. This made the old saint even more convinced. The true inheritance dark sword was his master's sword. Without the corresponding divine language, he would die if he even got close to the sword, let alone control it. Therefore, the old saint was even more convinced of Lin Ling's alliance. What alliance? Also, I want to take this sword back with me. The old saint's breathing quickened. If he could find out about the alliance behind Lin Ling and take the true inheritance dark sword back, it would definitely be a great achievement. Originally, he wanted to inform martial god Qilin immediately and ask the heavenly court's elites to come. However, he didn't think so anymore. He wanted to take such a great achievement for himself. Hurry up and tell me who's behind you. Chapter 31:18. Getting someone else to do the dirty work. Lin Ling laughed coldly when he saw this. He looked at the saint and said, I want to say it as well, but the members of the alliance are watching over me. If I say it, then I'll definitely die. So, I don't dare to say anything until those members of the alliance leave. Moreover, Senior Saint, I'm in a dilemma. If I don't provoke the heavenly court, the people from the alliance will kill me. If I provoke the heavenly court will kill me. I hope that Senior Saint can help me escape from my misery and put in a good word for me in front of the martial god. I hope that you can spare my life on account of my youth and ignorance. Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons. When the Saint Elder heard it, he nodded slightly. If Lin Ling had a powerful alliance behind him, then Lin Ling was indeed helpless. I'll spare your life. Now, tell me who's watching you. The Elder said. Spare your life? With these words, Lord Xianzong and the others were displeased. Lin Ling had escaped another calamity? They hurriedly said, Humph, Lin Ling, you can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. Your cultivation will be destroyed. Now, tell me who's watching you. In their opinion, even if Lin Ling didn't die, his cultivation would be destroyed. In this way, Lin Ling without cultivation would be at the mercy of others and would no longer be valued by the Azure Dragon Hall. However, the Saint Elder nodded at their suggestion. This made Lord Xianzong and the others overjoyed. However, before their joy faded, Lin Ling's angry voice sounded. It's the 5 of them. He pointed at Lord Xianzong and the 4 heavenly kings. The 5 of them opened their mouths wide as if they didn't hear what Lin Ling said. Us. The grape in Lord Xianzong's hand fell to the ground. Yes, it's you. You forced me to go against the heavenly court and made me the vanguard, but you became the mastermind. Now that we're facing a great enemy, you want to sacrifice me to protect the secret of the alliance. You're the mastermind behind the scenes. Lin Ling said word by word. His expression was extremely serious. Bai Qi? Is he calling me? I'm not called Bai Qi. I'm not the person who's supervising you from behind the scenes. Sir Xianzong's expression was somewhat panicked. You are indeed not the only one behind this, because the other 4 are also behind this. Lin Ling said with righteous indignation. Boom! The hearts of Lord Xianzong and the 4 heavenly kings began to rumble. What was going on? They were just here to gloat and watch the show. Now, they had become the masterminds behind the scenes? At that moment, they felt as if they had eaten shit. They looked at the old sage and waved their hands continuously. It's you. The old saint stared at the 5 of them with murderous intent in his eyes. It's not us. We're innocent. Heavens, how can we be the ones behind this? That gaze directly scared Lord Xianzong silly. You're not the ones behind this. You're the supervisors. Otherwise, why would you be the only ones in the entire spirit state who want me dead? That's because after I die, the secret of the alliance cannot be exposed. However, Lin Ling also opened his mouth, as if he was sprinkling salt on the wound. Hearing that, the old saint stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. He felt that everything made sense. It seems that if you supervisors don't die, the true alliance won't surface. Purple smoke billowed from the incense burner in the old saint's hand and enveloped the entire spirit state. He was obviously going to attack. This made Lord Xianzong and the others almost kneel down. This was the greatest grievance they had ever suffered in their lives. Lin Ling, you've wronged us. Do you want to kill us? Soon, the 5 of them looked at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was causing trouble for them. Stop pretending. Bai Qi. However, Lin Ling saw through their expressions and even gave them a groundless name. Shi? Who was that? Go to hell. The old saint couldn't care less. He activated the incense burner and suppressed it with the power of a saint. The entire spirit state seemed to be in a strange world, and that was the boundary formation. Roar! In the void, a frost dragon god formed from ice slowly poked its head out. It opened its huge mouth, and with a light exhale, the entire spirit state turned into a world of ice and snow. This was the true soul of a dragon god. Moreover, this dragon god slowly swam out. It was incomparably huge and its entire body was formed from ice. Its ancient aura almost made the people of the spirit state fall to the ground. Most importantly, there wasn't just one such terrifying dragon god. Next, hundreds of dragon gods also swam out and hovered in the sky of the spirit state. This caused the expressions of Lord Tantric Buddhism and the others to change drastically. Did Saint Brocade Dust have such a precious treasure and summon so many dragon gods? It could be seen that this saint's status in the heavenly court was definitely not to be underestimated. Last time, Lin Ling and I were in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. We had to expend a lot of effort to defeat one dragon god's soul, but there are so many here. It's a disaster. Xianxia's expression was also extremely serious. As for Lord Xianzong and the others, they were all anxious. Although they were all saints, there were differences in strength. It was obvious that they were only ordinary saints. Senior Saint, please listen to our explanation. Go to the netherworld and explain to the god of the underworld. Unfortunately, the Saint Elder didn't care about nonsense. In his opinion, it was enough to capture Lin Ling, so these 5 people were dispensable. Therefore, the densely packed dragon god's souls began to swim toward the 5 of them. This made Lord Xianzong and the others finally understand what it meant to be in great trouble. Century ruler? Stupid idiot? Suddenly, Lord Xianzong stared blankly at Lin Ling. He finally understood why Lin Ling called him century ruler. So it turned out that it meant a damned idiot. Lin Ling was using someone else to do his dirty work. He hurriedly roared, wanting to let the Saint Elder understand everything. Unfortunately, it was too late. After the dragon gods rushed over, they all turned into crystalline statues. They were simply unstoppable and couldn't be more dead. Facing the dragon gods of the dragon race, a saint could only do so unless he had all the ancient power of the spirit state. However, half of this power was on Lord Tantric Buddhism. Before turning into an ice statue, there were only 3 words in Lord Xianzong's mind. Am I a stupid idiot? Dead. Everyone on Lord Xianzong's side was at a loss. The 5 strongest people of Lord Xianzong had died just like that. Moreover, these 5 people were saints. For many people, they had heard a rumor since they were young. As long as saints didn't die, the universe wouldn't be destroyed. This meant that saints were immortal and indestructible. But now, they knew that this was just a rumor. Saints could still be destroyed. Lin Ling is so scary. Then, they looked at the blue-robed youth in horror. Although they weren't sure if Lord Xianzong was the supervisor, they were sure that Lord Xianzong and the others were killed by Lin Ling. Long Yang frowned. She vaguely guessed that Lin Ling was using someone else to do his dirty work. However, she didn't reveal Lin Ling's true identity. In her opinion, as long as Lin Ling could die, that was enough. Chapter 31:19. Counterattack. It's your turn. Speak. As expected, the old saint began to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and spread his hands. In fact, there is no alliance. I just don't like the previous 5 people, so I borrowed your hand to destroy them. When these words were spoken, there was no doubt that Spirit Province was greatly shocked. The old saint frowned. Are you messing with me? It doesn't matter if I'm playing with you or not. All you need to know is that it won't be easy for you to catch me. Lin Ling said casually. His appearance undoubtedly made Long Yang frown. She didn't know why, but when she saw Lin Ling's calm appearance, she had a bad premonition. Even though Lin Ling was facing a sage, he still felt the same way. Looks like I can only use force. The old saint didn't care too much and immediately tried to grab Lin Ling. In fact, he didn't really believe Lin Ling's words. However, to him, killing experts like Lord Xianzong was as easy as blowing off dust. Moreover, whether this was true or false, as long as he caught Lin Ling, the truth would be revealed. Seeing this, the master of Tantric Buddhism and the others no longer hesitated. They all attacked, risking their lives. A bunch of ants. The old saint smiled disdainfully. We have the final say in the world of the spirit state. It's not up to you to kill whoever you want. Although they knew that the dragon gods around them were very powerful, the Tantric sect would not allow anything to happen to Lin Ling. Therefore, Xianxia and the others spoke up. The saints of the Azure Dragon Hall looked at each other and went to battle. Are you crazy? Are you planning to provoke the heavenly court for a brat? At this moment, the old saint was a little surprised. This is not a brat. He is the realm monarch of the spirit state. A saint from the Azure Dragon Hall roared. His words shocked the spirit state. Everyone's gaze landed on the blue-robed young man as they didn't expect the new realm monarch to be Lin Ling after the end of the era of secret revelation. This was especially true for the people of Tantric Buddhism. They were all extremely excited. Lin Ling had said this before, and it was true now. Realm monarch? Humph, he has the life to become a god emperor, but he doesn't have the life to enjoy it. The old saint said disdainfully. His eyes were filled with mockery. Rumble. At the same time, the masters of the Tantra sect made their move. The saints of the Azure Dragon Hall also made their move to fight against the terrifying ice and snow dragon gods in the sky. In addition, the ancient power also arrived with a deafening sound. An enormous spirit province divine palace descended from the sky. Clearly, the Vajrayana masters were able to hold on for a longer period of time because the Azure Dragon Hall saints had also joined in. Of course, the ancient power that Lord Tantra controlled was only half of that of the spirit state, so it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Do you think you can withstand the sunshine ice heaven furnace left behind by Master? In truth, the shock in the old saint's eyes had deepened. If it wasn't for the treasure in his hand, he would definitely not have been able to stop so many saints. Fortunately, he had such a precious treasure. Then, he would slowly enjoy the final struggle of these weaklings. I'll let you see what it's like when 1,000 dragons pass away. At the thought of this, the old saint puffed out his chest. Perhaps being able to kill so many saints in this lifetime made him feel extremely proud. Rumble. Under his voice, even more ice and snow dragon gods appeared in the void of the spirit state. This also caused many people in the spirit state to be worried. The masters of the Tantra sect looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and unleashed their full strength. They knew that a battle of life and death had arrived. However, for the sake of the spirit state they were not afraid. Their bones and lives could be left behind, but thousands of years later, their legends would still be spread in the spirit state. I'm sorry, but I'm here to change the world of the spirit state. The old saint formed a complicated seal with his hands. His gaze quietly fell on the purple smoke floating in the distance of the spirit state. Finally, he formed a seal. This was the secret to using the Sunshine Ice Heaven Cauldron. It was passed down by his master. According to legend, this divine cauldron was left behind by a god. It came from the Dragon Slayer tribe during the era of the gods. This tribe had an irreconcilable feud with the dragon race, so the dragon gods that they slaughtered were all sacrificed in the divine cauldron. Later on, this divine deer was obtained by his master, and now he was borrowing it. He had once heard from martial god Qilin that when he first obtained this divine cauldron, his master fought until the heavens and earth collapsed and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, he returned with the treasure. This also made him admire martial god Qilin even more. He knew that in this world, other than his master, no one could control the divine cauldron. A bunch of ants and dogs die. A smile appeared on the saint's face. It was a smile of pride and bloodthirst. In the sky, 1,000 dragons passed. The scene was extremely shocking. One had to know that those were all dragon gods. However, just as the old saint thought that the massacre was about to begin, something unexpected happened. Those ancient dragon god souls swam over in an orderly manner. They ignored the masters of the Tantra sect and the others and swam toward the old saint. This stunned the masters of the Tantra sect and the others. The Azure Dragon Hall sages were also stunned in the sky. The 4 heavenly kings rubbed their eyes, afraid that they had seen wrongly. However, the truth was that the dragon gods did not care about them. They even swam past them. The ancient dragon heads did not even look at them. What kind of trick are they playing? The master of the Tantra sect was tongue-tied. Be careful. Perhaps the heavenly court sages are preparing a trump card. After all, they are from the heavenly court. This is no small matter. The Azure Dragon Hall sages said one after another. Clearly, they did not believe that a miracle would happen. However, the truth was that not only did the dragon gods ignore them, but they had also started to attack the old saint. As for the old saint, he frowned at first. He thought that he had made a mistake with the seal. Then, he set up a new seal. This time he was shocked. This was because after he set up the seal again, he had completely lost contact with the Sunshine Ice Heavenly Cauldron. In the end, he began to panic. This was because 1,000 dragons were coming to kill him. And this was an encirclement and killing formation. Most importantly, he was the target of the siege. Wow! He roared without caring about his image. He threw out the treasures that martial god Qilin had given him one by one. Only then did he barely block the first attack of the ice dragon god. He began to flee in the sky pathetically. However, he knew that it was only a matter of time before he was killed. His mind was completely muddled. What was going on? Wasn't he activating the 1,000 dragons killing formation? Why did the dragons not kill the enemy but come to kill him instead? Instinctively, he looked into the distance and realized that the purple smoke that enveloped the spirit state had been changed. The trajectory of the purple smoke had changed. Moreover, he saw a blue-robed figure busily setting up a seal around the purple smoke. Fuck, it's that kid. At that moment, the old saint realized what was going on. That kid had unknowingly changed the divine formation of the divine cauldron? Chapter 31:20. 1 year later. The tantric sages were also puzzled. Lin Ling actually changed the heavenly court saint's treasure? Of course at this moment, they could not be bothered to think so much. If they did not make a move now and allowed the saint to regain his breath, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. Good disciple, can we make a move? Xianxia shouted excitedly. Sure, the frost dragon god souls are only targeting that old sage. They won't bother with you guys. Lin Ling's voice drifted over from afar, carrying a hint of exhaustion. Previously, when he saw the golden incense burner in the hands of the saint, he had already guessed the origin of the incense burner. It was because that treasure belonged to Li Xiaoyao. If the saint had relied on other methods, Lin Ling would have been helpless. But relying on that kind of treasure? This was simply a gift for Lin Ling. Ah, hey, dragon god, I'm your master. The old saint was on the verge of going crazy as he shouted incoherently. Although his strength was very strong, there were too many dragon god souls in the sky. There were no less than 1,000 of them. How could he block them all? What infuriated him was that he had used the life-saving treasure to escape the encirclement of the frost dragon god. However, as soon as he broke out of the encirclement, the sages of Tantra and the other sages attacked him without any regard for their lives. They forced him back and surrounded him again. Master, save me. After an unknown period of time, the old saint let out a weak cry and finally turned into a huge ice sculpture. After smashing into the ground, it completely turned into ice dregs. Seeing this, the spirit state cultivators were at a loss. One had to know that after the heavenly court saint arrived, the spirit state acted as if they were facing a great enemy. However, just as they were about to fight to the death, the heavenly court saint died. Moreover, he died very miserably. He was surrounded and killed by his own treasures. Could it be that the furnace that summons the dragon god is a little crazy? I think so. It's said that the more ancient a treasure is, the harder it is to control. That old man played with fire and burned himself to death. Haha, serves you right. Following that, laughter rang out in the sky. As for the tantric sages and the others, they were still dumbfounded. However, their gazes quickly landed on Lin Ling in the distance because Lin Ling was walking over with a golden incense burner in his hand. Looking at this scene, the guesses in the tantric sex group's minds were confirmed. The Sunshine Ice Heaven Furnace, the sacred object of the Dragon Slayers. Back then, Li Xiaoyao saved the last member of the Dragon Slayers and that person gave this treasure to Li Xiaoyao. Later, it disappeared from Huanyu. I didn't expect to see this treasure again after thousands of years. Looking at the exquisite golden incense burner in his hand, Lin Ling sighed. In Li Xiaoyao's previous life, most of his treasures were stolen by martial god Qilin. Today, he was able to retrieve 2 of these treasures. Good disciple. Xianxia shouted from the front. However, Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. Instead, he looked at the distant sky where a beautiful woman stood. It was Longyang. At this moment, Longyang's face was filled with seriousness and shock. However, after Lin Ling looked at her, she gradually regained her composure. Most importantly, she didn't run away. Lin Ling took a step forward and walked towards her. He said calmly, "I knew you would definitely come back. You're the first man to humiliate me. I'll use my entire life to take revenge for this." A gentle breeze blew through Longyang's long hair, revealing her beautiful face. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. This was because being raped by Lin Ling in the past was her lifelong nightmare. "You're just harming yourself in the end." Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't sympathize with Longyang. If he didn't want to harm her, she wouldn't have ended up like this. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, Longyang's calmness had exceeded Lin Ling's expectations. Could it be that there was something else she was hiding? "Cultivator, you can't kill her." As expected, a man in a golden robe and a dragon crown slowly approached Qin Nan. He was also a martial saint, but one could faintly see a pair of dragon horns on his head. Dragon tribe. Seeing the middle-aged man, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. However, he could sense that even though the middle-aged man was from the dragon tribe, he wasn't a peak expert. Otherwise, he would have shown himself a long time ago. This meant that he was intimidated by the incense burner in the old martial saint's hand. The heavenly court won't let the brocade dust saint's death go. Most importantly, the heavenly court knows that you, Lin Ling, are in the spirit state. It won't be long before the heavenly court sends out their experts to surround the spirit state. The middle-aged man said with his hands behind his back. "So, you might as well think about how to deal with the heavenly court's anger." "Cultivator, I have to admit that you're really powerful. You dare to provoke the heavenly court alone and kill their experts again and again. However, the power of the entire heavenly court isn't something you can fight against. What are you trying to say?" Lin Ling asked as he looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Lin Ling and said, "I know that you have dragon bones on you. These dragon bones have been around for a long time and are no small matter. Most importantly, ordinary people don't have the ability to refine dragon bones. So, hand over your dragon bones and I'll ask the dragon tribe to help you." After learning that Lin Ling had taken Longyang's dragon god's bone, he was also shocked. There was actually such a capable person in this world. One must know that Dragon Mother's dragon god's bone was cultivated using a forbidden technique. It took her 49 years to cultivate it. To completely succeed, it would take her 81 years. Looking at Lin Ling, he had the dragon god's bone, but he didn't seem to need to cultivate any forbidden technique. The difference was too great. After all, dragons and humans were fundamentally different creatures. "I refuse." Lin Ling shook his head directly. "Then you're on your own. I'm taking Longyang with me. As a trade, I'll borrow the dragon tribe's power to buy time for you and let the heavenly court arrive a year later. How about it?" The middle-aged man said. "Why should I believe you? Moreover, I don't think you're capable of that." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and smiled. Haha. Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately laughed mockingly, as if mocking Lin Ling for not knowing the power of the dragon tribe. Currently, the heavenly court is looking for a guy called Lin Ling in the entire 9 states. What if there are many Lin Ling in the 9 states? The middle-aged man suddenly said. His words made Lin Ling's eyes light up. He understood the middle-aged man's thoughts. At present, there weren't many people in the heavenly court who had seen Lin Ling. Therefore, they hadn't confirmed who the real Lin Ling was. The only thing they could do was to kill the wrong person and not let them go. However, if a large number of Lin Ling appeared in the 9 states, the heavenly court would definitely search for them one by one. By the time they finally found the spirit state, it would be a year later. And this was what the dragon tribe did. One had to admit that this could indeed buy some time. "All right, I promise you." Lin Ling immediately nodded. "Deal. I'll take Longyang away. You take care." Chapter 31-21. Seeing an old friend again. At the same time, Xianxia and the others also rushed over. Xianxia frowned and asked, "Disciple, can we trust his words?" 60%. Lin Ling looked afar and said. In his eyes, the sky of the spirit state was filled with smoke because the enemy would arrive in a year's time. 60%. This means that the mysterious middle-aged man is keeping his promise. But we only have a year's time. Tantra Master frowned and his eyes lit up. Why don't we let Lin Ling become the realm monarch? If Lin Ling were to become the realm monarch, then he would be able to fully control the ancient power of the spirit state. At the very least, he would be able to stand his ground against the heaven court. After all, the ancient power of the Mi Xian sect and Mi Xian sect was combined while Lord Tantric only controlled half of the ancient power. It's too late. To become the realm monarch, one must ring the spirit state's divine bell and go through the Son of Heaven's mandate. The whole process will take 3 years. The Azure Dragon Hall's saints also agreed with Lin Ling becoming the realm monarch. But in such a short period of time, it was too difficult. Take the Qing state for example. Lin Ling ringing the Qing state's divine bell and the third princess becoming the Qing monarch, it would take more than 3 years. Then what should we do? Everyone immediately started to panic. There's still a year's time, we don't need to panic. At this time, Xianxia said and everyone nodded. Lin Ling looked at the Tantra masters who were discussing and he felt warmth in his heart. He bowed to them and said, I'm sorry, I'm a burden to all of you. If it wasn't for him, the heaven court wouldn't have come to the spirit state. This was something that Lin Ling knew very well. What are you talking about? You're from the spirit state. You're being xenophobic. Let me tell you, Lin Ling's business is our business. Who knew that Tantra Master was angry, thinking that Lin Ling was treating them as outsiders? Disciple, your words are too harsh, I don't want to hear it. It was the same for the constellation clouds. This caused Lin Ling to bitterly smile. He felt extremely guilty because his master had treated him as one of his own, yet he had brought so much trouble to the spirit province. However, since it was caused by him, Lin Ling, would definitely solve it in exchange for a clean sky in the spirit state. I'll leave this sunshine ice heaven furnace in the spirit province. It can block the attacks of many saints, and it can even kill saints. This can also stall for more time. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance, at the purple smoke in the corners of the spirit state. Can you really control that divine furnace? Xianxia and the others were shocked. Lin Ling smiled and did not explain anything. His gaze suddenly fell on a white-haired young man in the crowd. Meng Lu, can you do me a favor? Amidst the crowd, the cold Meng Lu smiled and nodded. Do your best. Although I can't fully resist the heavenly court, I should be able to resist a portion of their power. Thank you, Lin Ling said gratefully. He asked Meng Lu for help of course, to invite the tomb guardians of the 9 states' 10 evils. Although not all of the tomb guardians would come, a small portion would be enough. Sigh, if only I could find Senior Lu Chen. Then, Lin Ling sighed softly. Senior Lu Chen was a big shot of the Creation Alliance. With his help, he would definitely not be afraid of the heavenly court. Unfortunately, Senior Lu Chen was elusive, and Lin Ling would not be able to find him. Moreover, Lin Ling realized that he had unknowingly begun to confront the heavenly court head-on. At night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in a corner of the Tantric Sect's valley. Behind him, the ancient tree of Mount Yu swayed. Yu and the others were also cultivating. They wanted to use this short 1 year to increase their strength as much as possible. I'm currently at the 1st stage of the half-saint realm. I can defeat half-saints at the 5th stage, and I have all kinds of divine abilities. Lin Ling was evaluating his strength. His soul power had reached 7,000 steps. The celestial demon body had the power of 300 stages and the speed of 50 stages. On the other hand, his fire elemental energy center was much weaker, and the space-time divine steel still could not unleash its full power. Otherwise, he would have been able to form the 5th Dantian. The calamity-destroying Sunbow is currently my trump card. It would be great if I could use it for the 3rd time. Lin Ling said regretfully. However, he was not in a hurry. The divine abilities of the dragon tribe could not be learned in a short period of time. On the other hand, the scabbard, his trump card, was not very powerful at the moment. With only 30% of the demonic sword, it was obviously too weak to fight against intermediate and advanced half-saints. Unless he found a new broken sword. Moreover, the headless old man did not seem to have much time left for him. I have to leave the spirit state temporarily. Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he thought of the money that Li Xiaoyao had left behind at Fuxing Manor. He could take it out now. Next, he planned to leave the spirit state with Yu Yu, Di Shirtian, and Meng Lu. They would go to the larger divine land to find cultivation resources. On the second day, Lin Ling made a suggestion. Yu Yu and the others agreed, but Xing Xiyun and the others did not agree. However, knowing Lin Ling's character, they did not stop him. After Lin Ling and the others left the spirit state, they first went to Qing State and found that there were no major issues there. Then, Lin Ling decided to go to Yu State. Yu State was bigger, and the Fu Xing Manor they would be able to obtain the treasures left behind by Li Xiaoyao. The treasures were actually not that big. This caused Li Xiaoyao to be too lazy to take them after he became stronger. However, to the current Lin Ling, it was a huge treasure. This was because there were many treasures of heaven and earth. If they were used to set up a formation and cooperate with the divine furnace, they would be able to kill gods and Buddhas. From the spirit state to Yu State, they had to travel for a month. Lin Ling and the others did not feel much pressure, so they were chatting happily. Teska Yu State's divine dream has opened. There are countless treasures. Yes, Yu State is ranked 3rd in the 9 states, but it welcomes any cultivator from the 9 states. It's not like Yen State and Miao State. This is the territory of the gods. Ordinary people cannot approach. Moreover, Yu State's Emperor Yu is the most hospitable. While they were traveling, they could hear the cultivators discussing something. As they got closer to Yu State, Lin Ling and the others saw the Universal Inn. This was an inn built in the middle of the universe. It was extremely unique. Lin Ling was used to it. On the other hand, Yu Yu and the others were curious. They stayed for 3 consecutive nights. Of course, while they were staying, Lin Ling also asked about their next destination. After another 3 days, they arrived at Yu State. On the surface, Yu State was similar to the spirit state. However, it was more vast and boundless. Moreover, there were all kinds of strong cultivators gathered there. Yu State could also be called a business paradise. Moreover, there was only one city. The size of this city could be imagined. Lin Ling and the others entered the city and walked towards one of the branches of the Fu Xing Manor. However, before they got close, they saw a familiar face. It was Sunset's Glory, the former vice manor master of Qing State's Fu Xing Manor. Chapter 31-22. Meeting a soulmate in a foreign land. What are you doing? You want me to go through so many procedures? Are you a pig? A crisp voice rang out from the entrance of Fu Xing Manor. A man wearing a beast-shaped armor was reprimanding a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man lowered his head and smiled apologetically, looking very awkward. Dear customer, I'm just following the procedures. If you want to take the treasures from Fu Xing Manor, you have to go through a certain examination. The middle-aged man said. And that was the rule. That was because Fu Hang Manor was a place to store money, and it was also a place to store treasures. If one wanted to take out a treasure, one must have the corresponding method or key. However, the armored man did not take out the key and instead forced the middle-aged man to take out the treasure for him. This was obviously a little too much. Bullshit. I'm telling you, you better hand over all the treasures from the Xian to the 250th word. Otherwise, don't blame me for whipping you. The armored man snorted coldly and raised his hand. Sir, I can't do that. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and continued to speak with a smile. Pah! A crisp slap landed heavily on the middle-aged man's face. Dog, you dog, why aren't you obediently doing your job? The armored man reprimanded after slapping him. Slapping the faces of the people from Fu Hang Manor in public was undoubtedly an extremely honorable thing to do. Therefore, although the man looked angry, his face was also filled with pride. As for the middle-aged man, he gritted his teeth but didn't dare to do anything. He continued to smile and salute. It seems that you still don't know your identity. You're just a servant, a dog. That man raised his hand again, as if he was about to hit. But at this moment, an old man wearing a brocade robe walked out from the magnificent door. Behind him were 2 attendants. They looked like people from Fu Xing Manor. Sunset Glory, what are you doing? After walking out, the old man first shouted at the middle-aged man. Manager, this person wants to take his treasure, but he didn't provide a key or password, so I have to follow the rules. The middle-aged man bowed to the old man. Hearing this, the old man frowned. You're really a useless fellow. You've been in Fu Xing Manor for so many years, but you can't even handle such a small matter. In my opinion, you shouldn't have come to Yuzhou. You should have stayed in Qingzhou, that small place, and continued to be the deputy manor lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the armored man and smiled. I wonder if this little friend can provide the purple gold jade pendant? Sure, but your Fu Hang manor makes me very unhappy. If I take out the purple gold jade pendant, I will make this dog kneel down and apologize on the streets. The armored man replied with a cold snort. It doesn't matter. This person doesn't know how to do things and has no achievements in Fu Xing manor. Don't even mention kneeling down and apologizing. Even if you break one of his arms, Fu Xing manor will not stop you. The old man laughed. These words caused the middle-aged man's pupils to narrow. The surrounding people also sighed and shook their heads. It seemed like there was a difference in status in Fu Xing manor. The middle-aged man's status was obviously lower than that of a dog's because he had no achievements in Fu Xing manor. Open your dog eyes and look. Next, the armored man waved his right hand and a purple gold jade pendant appeared. The word Fu was engraved on it and it looked extremely exquisite. A purple gold jade pendant, TSK. This is a higher status than a jade pendant. I didn't expect this person to be a purple gold VIP of Fu Xing manor. That middle-aged man has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. However, no matter how I look at it, I feel that the armored man did it on purpose. Perhaps, he wants to find a way to prove his superiority. The surrounding people started to discuss animatedly. As a guest of Fu Xing manor, they were also divided into grades. There were black and white, gold and purple jade pendant grades. Above that, there were black and white, gold and purple jade pendant grades. The jade pendant was obviously of a higher grade than the jade pendant. According to legend, there were king grade, emperor grade, and honorable grade spirit tablets. Of course, this only appeared in legends. Luo Riyao, look at what you've done. You're really a piece of dog shit. You've just been transferred to Yuzhou and you can't even handle such a small matter. What's the use of you? In my opinion, Yuzhou is not suitable for you. You'd better go back to your hometown. After seeing the purple gold jade pendant, the old man looked at Luo Riyao and scolded him badly. Luo Riyao could only clench his teeth and lower his head. He was also cursing in his heart. He had just arrived at Yuzhou, and what good results did he have that made the people of Fu Xing manor look down on him and suppress him? Kneel down and apologize. Kneel down. The old man was also a member of Fu Xing manor. However, he obviously did not intend to help him. He even wanted Luo Riyao to be driven away. Yes, I'm a purple gold VIP. You've offended me and you're still not kneeling down and apologizing? Sigh. The armored man crossed his arms and said lazily, Let me tell you, I'm an escort of the godly escort mansion. I've always been in charge of escorts in Jianghu. I've stored a lot of treasures and money in Fu Xing manor. So if you offend me, you've offended a VIP. Sigh. Godly escort mansion? I didn't expect this guy to have such a big background. Sigh. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. He's just showing off his superiority. Sigh. Yes, the godly escort mansion is an escort mansion in Jianghu. The escorts there are ordinary martial artists. As long as they succeed in escorting their escorts, they'll be able to reach the sky in one step. From an ordinary person, they'll suddenly become a saint. Naturally, they want to get back all the grievances they've suffered. Poor middle-aged man. He's obviously a punching bag. Sigh. Around the streets, there were even more whispers. Why aren't you kneeling down? Sigh. The armored man's nostrils were almost facing the sky. I'll endure it. If I do a big business in the future, I'll definitely pay you back 10 times. Sigh. Luo Riyao cursed in his heart. He walked out with a smile on his face. Then, he swept a glance at the gloating faces on the street and sighed again. When a tiger goes down to the plains, he'll be bullied by dogs. If he stayed in Qingzhou, he could live a good life. However, people always want to go higher. When he came to Yuzhou, he immediately turned from a local tyrant to a slave. Now, he even had to kneel down to some trash. However, he was also a person who wanted to do big things. He endured the humiliation and immediately knelt down. However, when his knee was about to touch the ground, a foot suddenly stopped him. Is there a need to? At the same time, An indifferent voice rang in Luo Riyao's ears. This voice made Luo Riyao stunned. He suddenly raised his head and saw a man wearing a large cloak standing quietly in front of him under the dazzling sun. Under the brim of the hat, there was a familiar smile. Lin Ling. Luo Riyao's whole body shook. Hee, old ghost, I didn't expect us to meet again. A voice quietly came from afar. Luo Riyao looked over and immediately smiled excitedly. It was Di Shirtian, Meng Lu. Tears almost flowed out of Luo Riyao's eyes. In Yuzhou, a place where dragons and snakes mix together, Luo Riyao was able to meet someone from Qingzhou. It was tantamount to meeting a bosom friend in a foreign land. Moreover, this person was Emperor Qing behind Qingzhou. Without waiting for him to calm down, Lin Ling had already helped him up. Luo Riyao's expression changed slightly. He looked at the old man from Fuxing Manor with fear. Chapter 31-23. After picking the manager, it was time to pick the deputy manor head. Sunset Glory, who told you to get up? Don't you want to stay in Fuxing Manor anymore? The old man reprimanded. His words made Luo Riyao tremble. I'll call him. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also spoke up. Luori's face was full of disbelief. Although Lin Ling was the Emperor Qing behind the scenes, this was Yuzhou. You called him? The old man's gaze swept over, and the disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. This young man was very young, and his strength was not strong. He did not understand where his courage came from. Old man, who do you think you are? You actually want my friend to kneel. Lin Ling also arrived in front of the old man and glanced at him. He realized that the old man was in the Saint Realm. As expected, there were many Saint Realm experts in Yu Province. However, he was not too afraid. After all, this was Fu Hang Manor. In this place, one's strength was not important, but one's status. Haha, little fellow, are you talking to me? Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but laugh loudly. He was laughing at Lin Ling's ignorance. At the side, the armored man also laughed mockingly. Instead, he began to explain. This person is the manager. His status is only below the vice villa master. You're saying that he doesn't have the qualifications? Also, that unlucky bastard is just a servant. To put it bluntly, he's just a lowly dog. Do you think they can compare? As soon as he finished speaking, the armored man laughed out loud. The entire street was filled with laughter at this moment. Lin Ling, on the other hand, didn't know what they were laughing about. Who said he was a dog? He asked curiously. Where did the rules come from to prove that he was a servant? Hearing this, the old man laughed even louder, not bothering to explain anything. Luo Riyao smiled bitterly and said, Lin Ling, in Fuxing Manor, one's status is evaluated based on one's contribution to Fuxing Manor. I just came here, so I don't have any customers. That manager has been in Yuzhou for many years and has countless customers, so his position is higher than mine. You dog, at least you know your place. Hearing this, the old man nodded and spoke. I see. Lin Ling suddenly nodded and said thoughtfully. This also means that in Fuxing Manor, the guests are gods and have the highest authority. Is that so? If it's a high-ranking guest, that is indeed the case. Even if the deputy manor master is here, he must treat the guest like an emperor. Luo Riyao immediately nodded and said, Don't tell me you want to tell me? Are you a noble guest? At this time, the old man sized up Lin Ling's group with a disdainful gaze. These people were at most a platinum-ranked jade token customer. They probably hadn't even reached the jade pendant level. Excuse me, how many times have you been to Yuzhou's Fuxing Manor? Lin Ling shrugged. It's my first time here. Lin Ling shrugged and said, It's my first time. Then let me ask you again. Do you have the jade pendant? The armored man couldn't help but laugh again. It seemed like this guy was as idiotic as Luo Riyao. There's no pendant at all. Lin Ling said honestly. As soon as he finished his words, the streets burst into laughter. It was as if they were going to overturn Yuzhou City. These people were indeed from the countryside. They didn't have anything and didn't know anything. The most important thing was that they dared to speak with such confidence. One had to say that the ignorant were fearless. While the crowd was laughing, Lin Ling had already walked toward the old man and slapped him. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was heard. It directly stunned the old man and made the laughter on the street disappear instantly. The old man's eyes narrowed. I'm here for some business. Who asked you to stop me? Also, do you have the right to stop me? After the slap, Lin Ling said indifferently. The old man was stunned again. Although the guests have a godlike status in Fuxing Manor, that's only for the high-ranking guests. It doesn't include a first-time visitor like you, who doesn't have the jade pendant with you. Now you dare to hit me? Are you trying to say that I'm not qualified to serve you with my status? The old man was so angry that he laughed. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people around and he didn't want to ruin the reputation of Fuxing Manor, he would have already killed this young man. You are indeed not qualified. However, Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made the street even more silent. Haha. Beside him, the armored man looked as if he had seen the funniest joke in the world. He held his stomach and said, Are you trying to say that only the deputy manor master is qualified to serve you? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling shook his head and said, Not even the deputy manor master is qualified. The crowd on the street was dumbfounded. How arrogant was he? Only then did he dare to say such words. One had to know that the deputy manor master of Fuxing Manor in Yuzhou was an extraordinary existence. He was at the peak of the sage realm. Not to mention Lin Ling, this young man. Even if a sage came, the deputy manor master wouldn't need to show any respect. It seems like you're dead meat. The old man kept shaking his head and pronounced Lin Ling's death sentence. Although Fuxing Manor treated its guests like gods, the premise was that Lin Ling was a guest. Now, it seemed that Lin Ling wasn't a guest at all. What are you doing? It seemed that the noise at the entrance had attracted the attention of Fuxing Manor. Therefore, a dignified middle-aged man walked out of the magnificent entrance. Moreover, many guests walked out of Fuxing Manor as well. After so many years in Fuxing Manor, very few people dared to make such a ruckus at the entrance. Deputy Manor Master. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed. So did Luo Riyao. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He looked dignified without being angry. The old man hurriedly said, It's Luo Riyao. His friend is causing trouble here. He took the initiative to criticize Luo Riyao. If the deputy manor master was angry, then Luo Riyao would definitely be chased out of Fuxing Manor. Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at Luo Riyao with cold eyes. The latter's heart trembled subconsciously. Your manor master Fu? However, before the middle-aged man could speak, Lin Ling had already looked at him and walked towards him slowly. The deputy manor master was puzzled. What was this young man, who was only at the first heaven of the half-saint realm, trying to do? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard again. Lin Ling told him what he was doing. He was slapping the deputy manor master's face. This slap was like a slap to everyone's heart. Everyone subconsciously touched their faces, which were filled with fear. As for Luo Riyao, he was stunned. Slapping the deputy manor master's face? Slapping a saint's face? And at the entrance of Fuxing Manor? Most importantly, slapping the deputy manor master after slapping the manor master? His legs turned to jelly and he almost knelt on the ground in fright. He could foresee the future. This group of people would definitely die. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. The old man was laughing. He was laughing at Lin Ling's craziness. He was laughing at Lin Ling's insanity. It was fine to slap him, but he even slapped the deputy manor master? He knew that Luo Riyao must be regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. Just as he was about to speak, the deputy manor master stretched out his hand to stop him. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Do you know what the Fuxing Manor relied on to survive for so many years? Haha. Do you know what the Fuxing Manor relied on to spread throughout the 9 prefectures? Do you know? Do you know what the Fuxing Manor relied on to gain the respect of the 9 prefectures? Do you know? Chapter 31-24. Seeing an order is like seeing a god. That's right, but it doesn't mean that everyone is a guest. Let me tell you, the reason why Fuxing Manor has been passed down for so many years is because of its inviolable strength. Boom! After the vice manor master finished speaking, a terrifying amount of boundary essence was already brewing in his palm. He wanted to kill Lin Ling in front of Fuxing Manor's gate. He wanted to let everyone who entered Fuxing Manor know that although they treated their guests like gods, not everyone could humiliate Fuxing Manor. This also meant that not everyone was a god. Die. It's best if you can kill Luo Riyao too. He has someone backing him up in Fuhang Manor, but this time, those people can't protect him. Boom! The old man beside him was extremely excited. Obviously, he couldn't wait for Luo Riyao to die. In fact, the vice manor master had already made his move. However, Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and drew something in front of him. Suddenly, a complicated and mysterious mark appeared quietly. Finally, a mark as big as a stone mill floated in front of Lin Ling. That imprint made the old man laugh even louder. Was this kid crazy? The knife was already at his neck, and he was still drawing? Even the people around the street were dumbfounded. They could even imagine the scene of blood splattering on the street. Seeing an order is like seeing a god. However, at this moment, a majestic voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. At the same time, the sage's attack arrived. It blew Lin Ling's long hair wildly. Death seemed to have arrived. However, at the crucial moment, the palm stopped abruptly. The vice manor master's pupils were trembling as he stared at the mysterious mark. Seeing an order is like seeing a god. This sentence caused his heart to tremble. Unfortunately, except for him, no one else could understand that mysterious mark. Even the old man kept clamoring, occasionally shaking his head and sighing. What a pity for such a young man. Slap. However, before he finished sighing, Lin Ling's palm landed on the vice manor master's face again. The vice manor master didn't dare to fight back at all and bowed in respect. At this moment, it was as if he had seen a god. This attitude, this change, made everyone dumbfounded, dizzy, and almost drunk. Not only did that ignorant person of the younger generation not die, he even gave the vice villa master another slap? Most importantly, the vice manor lord was actually bowing? Even Sunset Dazzling felt like he was dreaming. He looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was standing there with one hand behind his back, looking like a god. Are the 13 blessings still around? Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. Replying to the guest, Lord 13 Blessings is still here. He is in Yen State. The vice manor lord didn't dare to be negligent and said respectfully. At this moment, his heart was rumbling like thunder. This was because the mark Lin Ling had inscribed on the Fortune Merchant Manor's divine token had surpassed the jade token and jade pendant, surpassing the purple gold and platinum divine token. It was a divine token that stood at the pinnacle of the Fortune Merchant Manor. Unlike ordinary jade pendants, this kind of customer didn't need to wear anything. They only needed to carve the corresponding mark. This was because these customers had a long history, and some of them were experts from the era of deities. A mere jade pendant couldn't be preserved for so long, and such a customer could only be seen once in 100 years in the Fortune Merchant Manor. This also meant that this godlike customer had left a precious treasure in the Fortune Merchant Manor. Normally, the one who received him was the strongest Fortune Merchant Manor, 36 Blessings. Since I am in Yen State, I will reluctantly let you receive me. Previously, I gave you 2 slaps. Do you accept it? Lin Ling said again. Yes, I accept it. I hope that you can be magnanimous and forgive Lin Nanshan's mistake. The vice manor lord could only bow respectfully. However, I am still not convinced. You can't do things more than 3 times. You still owe me a slap. Should I be the one to slap you? Do it yourself, Lin Ling said. I don't dare to trouble you. I will do it myself. The vice manor lord's heart trembled, and he slapped heavily. Puff. Several teeth were shot to the ground by that slap. From this it could be seen how powerful that slap was. This made the street even more silent. The old man, who was still laughing, was dumbfounded. As for the gloating armored man, his face was incomparably pale. Vice manor lord, what happened? He is just a young man who is still wet behind the ears. After shaking his head, the old man asked in fear. Our Fortune Merchant Manor treats our guests like gods, but in recent years, there have been very few godlike guests. But today, we are lucky to have one. And he is. The vice manor lord immediately replied. Him. Hearing this, the old man's heart thumped. He asked again, does he have a king divine token? No, he is above the king divine token, the imperial divine token. When he heard the last sentence, the old man's heart almost jumped out of his body. How could this be? How could an imperial divine token appear in the hands of a young man? His expression kept changing. Then he knelt down with a thud and crawled toward Lin Ling. Dear guest, you're a magnanimous person. I was wrong. I don't dare to trouble you. I'll give myself 300 slaps. If there's one less, you can break my legs. The change in his attitude could be said to be 180 degrees. At this moment, he was like a slave who had seen a god. Lin Ling smiled and stepped on the old man's shoulder. You are really a wretch. That's right, I am a wretch, the old man said with a smile. Then, he slapped himself countless times. His beard had all been knocked off. His teeth had all been knocked out. You seem to be the owner of the purple gold jade token. I wonder if I can make you kneel down? As Lin Ling stepped on the old man, he looked at the armored man and asked. To him, Luo Riyao was his benefactor. If he dared to make Luo Riyao kneel down and apologize, it would be a humiliation to him, Lin Ling. He had to avenge Luo Riyao. I am not from the fortune merchant manor. You have no right to order me. The armored man's heart trembled, but he said firmly, I am from the godly escort manor. I am someone you can't afford to offend. Although he was very prideful, anyone could tell that he had a guilty conscience when he said the last sentence. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. However, his eyes were looking at the armored man calmly. His eyes were majestic, as if he was a god. Plop. In the end, the armored man's heart collapsed and he knelt down. Although Lin Ling did not have the right to order him, Lin Ling had an imperial-grade divine token. His background was definitely not to be underestimated. Most importantly, he felt that even if he refused, the deputy manor head would still take action against him. Although the fortune merchant manor treated their guests as if they were gods, it was obvious that he was not as good as Lin Ling. Trash, I thought he had a backbone. In the end, he knelt down just by looking at him. The surrounding people said with disdain. Subsequently, their gazes all turned towards Lin Ling. They had never imagined that this ordinary-looking young man would actually have such a powerful background. Now, the person receiving me is Luo Riyao. Is this okay? Chapter 31-25. Take back the treasure. Yes, this is Luo Riyao's good fortune. After today, he will be the manager of Fu Xing Manor. The vice villa master immediately said with a smile. Then he looked at Luo Riyao and said in a dignified manner, Luo Riyao, you have met a noble person, why aren't you greeting the noble guest? After he finished speaking, he felt that his tone was too dignified. He quickly slapped himself and said with a smile, Don't mind my tone. I'm a little used to it. I hope that you can put in a good word for me when you return to the headquarters. One had to know that imperial-level divine decrees were usually received by the 36 blessings of the headquarters. If an ordinary person could receive one, then they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step and be promoted to an official rank. It could be said that even if he did not receive a single guest in the Yuzhou branch of Sunset Shine, as long as he had Lin Ling, he would be a high-level manager. In other words, Luo Riyao's status would be higher than his in the future. At this moment, Sunset Sun stood there in a daze, as if he was dreaming. He had been here for several years and had always been a lowly existence. But now, he soared into the sky with a single step and his status was even higher than the vice manor lords. Congratulations, Sunset Glory, you've finally made it. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you become a manor lord. Many people from Fu Xing Manor were smart people. They walked out with smiles on their faces and congratulated Sunset Brilliance politely. Of course, their eyes were filled with envy. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you. Luo Riyao finally reacted and laughed excitedly. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said, They treat me like a god. You don't have to. As soon as Lin Ling said that, the vice manor lord immediately knew the relationship between Lin Ling and Luo Riyao. He had already secretly made up his mind that after tomorrow, he would definitely curry favor with Luo Riyao. Go in. After that, Lin Ling took the lead and walked into Fu Xing Manor. Both of you, kneel down before I come out. When the voice entered the two old men's ears, their wry smiles became even stronger, especially the old man. He had already finished 300 slaps, but he couldn't help but slap himself again. That was because he had missed an important guest. He regretted it. He was filled with hatred. Why couldn't they recognize Mount Tai? Divine guests only appeared once in 100 years, and they usually only appeared in the Yen state and Miao state. Today, such good luck appeared in front of him, but he missed it. After entering Fuxing Manor, the entire Fuxing Manor was respectful and courteous, and Lin Ling also treated them with indifference. On the contrary, Yu Yu and Sakura were still in shock. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have such a high status in Fuhang Manor. Long story short, I'm here today to take the treasure. In the end, they arrived at a large hall. Lin Ling spoke briefly to the Vice Manor Lord. The Vice Manor Lord nodded and led Lin Ling to a secret chamber. This secret chamber was extremely spacious and was surrounded by powerful enchantments that isolated everything from the outside world. This is the highest level sealed cave abode in Fuxing Manor. After so many years, this is the first time my branch has been opened. The Vice Manor Lord exclaimed. Lin Ling nodded and said, "You may leave." "Yes, guest. If you need any help, please let me know." The Vice Manor Lord quickly left. After all, they had no right to know what the treasure left behind by the guest was. In the secret chamber, Lin Ling sighed as he looked at the empty sky. Then, he formed a complicated seal with both hands. This was the key to opening the treasure. After so many years, the treasure left behind by Li Xiaoyao can finally be taken out today. Rumble. The void rumbled and then shattered like glass. A void space appeared, and Lin Ling walked in. Inside, the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Even after countless years, the treasures on the ground still hadn't changed much. This was the advantage of having an emperor-level guest. The treasures stored could remain unchanged for thousands of years. As for the treasures, there were many rare heavenly treasures and countless royal crystals. With these heavenly treasures, I can set up a powerful enchantment to protect the spirit state. Sigh. Lin Ling let out a light breath. In order to fight against the heavenly court, he had gone all out. After collecting all the treasures, Lin Ling left the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, the Vice Manor Lord had been waiting there. After seeing Lin Ling, he immediately bowed. Of course, he didn't dare to ask Lin Ling what he took. That was beyond his authority. I wonder if this guest can meet Lord 36 Blessings? Sigh. The Vice Manor Lord said with a smile. I'm not free for the time being. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head and refused. He wasn't sure if Martial God Qilin was paying attention to the treasure because Li Xiaoyao had mentioned it to Martial God Qilin in the past. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to leave immediately. By the way, has anything big happened in Yu State recently? Sigh. Lin Ling walked along the corridor with the Vice Manor Lord as he asked. If it's a big matter, then the divine dream has opened. This has been the rule of Yu State for hundreds of years. In the 9 states, except for the Yen state and Miao state, everyone can participate. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must have a certain background. The Vice Manor Lord said. Oh, what's so special about this divine dream? Lin Ling asked curiously. It's a land of God's treasures. However, saints can't enter. There are countless treasures inside. TSK, if I wasn't a saint, I would also want to participate. A land of such great treasures? Emperor Yu actually announced it to the public? Although it seems like Emperor Yu has suffered a loss by announcing the divine dream to the public, in fact, the arrival of the powerhouses of the 9 states will also stimulate the trade of Yu State. This will be more beneficial to Emperor Yu. After all, Yu State is the largest trade center of the 9 states. The Vice Manor Lord said with a smile. That's true. By the way, can the Vice Manor Lord help us get some identities? Lin Ling was obviously looking forward to the divine dream land. Although he had obtained a large amount of treasures, the amount of treasures needed to arrange a powerful ancient barrier array was beyond his imagination. Moreover, he needed to burn money for his cultivation. Therefore, it was better to be prepared. No problem. When the two arrived at the main hall, they saw Yu Yu and the others chatting with Sunset Brilliance. When Sunset Brilliance saw Lin Ling, he immediately bowed respectfully. Previously, through the conversation between Yu Yu and the others, he learned that Lin Ling had become a realm emperor. This greatly shocked him. One had to know that although the Azure State seemed to be the world of the third princess, everyone knew that behind the Azure Emperor was a retired emperor, and that was Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling was already the god emperor of 2 divine lands. He couldn't imagine what Lin Ling had experienced in the spirit state. Moreover, he sighed in his heart. This was because when he first met Lin Ling, he knew that this child's name would shake the 9 states. He didn't expect that today, his prophecy would come true. As for Lin Ling's future, perhaps the sky was the limit. Yu, we're going to the divine dreamland. Since we've encountered such a grand event, we naturally can't miss it. Divine dreamland? Colliding with the powerhouses of the 9 states? Interesting. Colliding with the powerhouses of the 9 states is a minor matter. Instead, obtaining harvests is a major matter. Don't forget, we only have a year. Good. Lin Ling, this time we'll definitely reap a great harvest. After some discussion, everyone agreed to go to the divine dreamland. This was because this was an opportunity that was delivered to their doorstep. I'm going too. Sunset Brilliance wasn't a saint, so he naturally wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Let's go together. With the reputation of the Azure State and Spirit State, we'll clean out the divine dreamland. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His words caused the Vice Manor Lord's eyes to twitch. A foreboding feeling rose in his heart. Chapter 31-26. The divine dreamland opened. In front of the Vice Villa Master's surprised eyes, Lin Ling and the others had already left. After arriving at the city, Lin Ling and the others didn't have time to stroll around. They found an inn and settled down, quietly waiting for the divine dreamland to open. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that when the divine dream opened, they would have to face all the half-saints of the 9 provinces. Thus, in order to increase everyone's strength, Lin Ling had refined a massive number of spirit symbols. These spirit symbols were similar to the ones Lin Ling obtained from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. They were not weak at all. However, the materials needed to refine these spirit symbols were priceless. In the past, Lin Ling didn't have so much money. But after obtaining Li Xiaoyao's treasures, Lin Ling was able to afford it. And most importantly, if the harvests he obtained in the divine dream were greater, then Lin Ling would have profited. Thunder note symbol, first note symbol, middle note symbol, final note symbol. With my current materials, I can refine middle note symbols. A spirit symbol is equal to an early half-saint's all-out attack. Moreover, if I refine a final note symbol, I can refine 6. Storm note symbol. It can increase the speed of 10 worlds. It is also divided into different grades. The highest grade is 30 worlds. Origin flame break note symbol. It is divided into primal, ancient, and absolute. It can ignite the flame of divinity and its strength is equal to a 5th level half-saint's all-out attack. In the inn, Lin Ling's eyes became increasingly bright. His hands constantly formed enchantments, burning materials with the flames of space and time to refine spirit symbols. This caused Lin Ling to sigh with emotion. A martial artist's cultivation was, in truth, burning money. With money came strength. Of course, these spirit symbols were consumable items. Unless one was truly rich, the average person wouldn't be willing to refine them. This was because a truly powerful martial artist believed in their own strength. They would rather use cultivation resources to cultivate than use them on one-time use treasures. Time quietly passed. A massive number of spirit symbols began to float out from Lin Ling's body. His forehead was dripping with sweat. Even though his soul force had been greatly enhanced and he had regained all his memories, refining these spirit symbols still left him exhausted. Apart from the materials needed to set up the formation and the emperor crystals needed for cultivation, all the materials have been used up. After a long time, Lin Ling looked at the colorful talismans around him and nodded in satisfaction. Now, he could only hope that the divine dreamland would have a great harvest. The next day, Lin Ling called Yu and the others over and distributed the talismans to everyone. Second brother? Aren't these the talismans we snatched from the 8 gods' heavenly palace and Dragon Tooth City? Indra looked familiar and immediately exclaimed. Hee, big brother, those spirit talismans can only injure the initial stage of the half-sage realm. How can they be compared with my spirit talismans? The strongest spirit talisman that I have refined can injure an expert of the 5th layer of the half-sage realm. Moreover, the spirit talismans of the late stage of the half-sage realm can be used at the same time. Lin Ling said with a smile. Chi. Yu and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Shen Yuan Gu. She wasn't even a half-step saint, but she could defeat a half-step saint? However, these spirit talismans can only be used once. Unless it is a critical moment, do not use them carelessly. Lin Ling exhorted again. Everyone nodded. Powerful treasures also had their disadvantages, and that was that they couldn't be used too many times. Before long, Sunset Shine also rushed back. Where is Lin Ling? He hasn't left seclusion yet? The Divine Dreamland is about to open. If we don't register now, then it will be too late. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling also gave some souls to Sunset Shine. He reminded him that the goal of this trip was to seize the treasures of the Divine Dreamland. The more the better. 1 year from now, the Spirit Province will welcome the iron hooves of the Heavenly Court. Thus, in this year, we must forge the Spirit Province into an iron plate. Okay, I will not disappoint you. Sunset Shine also understood the situation of the Spirit Province. He immediately nodded. Soon, everyone left the inn. When they arrived outside, they saw that the Yu Province was extremely lively. Many half-step saints and half-step saints had appeared on the streets and were gathering in one direction. So many experts. Look under that flag, there is not a single martial immortal realm expert. Sakura swept his gaze across the crowd and saw a large group of people proudly walking forward. The person in the lead was holding a flag that shone with boundless radiance. Those are people from the Divine Escort Mansion. They are a huge escort agency that is spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Sunset Shine explained. The Divine Escort Mansion was a gathering place for escorts. Anyone could join and receive missions from the agency in exchange for rewards. Moreover, the Divine Escort Mansion was extremely united. If something happened to any of them, the nearby escorts would come to help. It was because of this that the Divine Escort Mansion was able to gain a firm foothold in the 9 prefectures. I didn't expect there to be an escort agency in the 9 prefectures. Sakura sighed with emotion. That's for sure. The 9 prefectures are vast and boundless. There are countless dangerous places. If a martial artist is lucky enough to obtain a treasure, he can't guarantee that he will be able to bring it back safely. Therefore, at this time, he has to rely on the escort agency. The escort agency can travel throughout the 9 prefectures and complete missions that ordinary people can't. Sunset Shine said. Moreover, anyone can join the escort agency. The minimum requirement is to be a martial immortal realm expert. If you can complete missions repeatedly, you can become a gold-tier escort and be valued by the Divine Escort Mansion. Everyone listened as they walked. Soon, they saw another group of powerful martial artists. Flying Dragon Organization. The leader of the group of martial artists held a black silk banner with a winged flying dragon embroidered on it. Assassin Organization. Lin Ling and the others' eyes flashed. It was another great force that was spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Our Fortune Manor also has people participating in the Divine Dream competition. Moreover, the Heavenly Court also has people participating. Generally speaking, as long as there is a famous force in the 9 prefectures, they won't miss such a grand event. Look over there, that is the Yu family. They are also the bloodline of Emperor Yu. And over there, that is the descendant of Divine Moon. Those are the people of Xiankong Island. As they walked forwards, Sunset Brilliance constantly explained, causing Sakura and the others to have solemn expressions. With the half-saints of the 9 prefectures gathered here, powerhouses were truly as common as clouds. I wonder if any of the 9 prefectures' 10 vicious are participating. I'm sure there are, but they're hidden in the crowd. Before long, Lin Ling and the others arrived at a wide square. There was a neat line in the square. Everyone was registering to enter the Divine Dream competition. Hee, my sect said that as long as I can obtain a great harvest in the Divine Dream competition, my sect will marry my junior apprentice sister to me. I really envy you. But, my family also said that as long as I can obtain a harvest, my family will not teach me any martial arts. I will be allowed to choose one. Yu State's Divine Dream competition, that is a place where one can soar to the heavens. The square was extremely lively. Everyone was happily chatting with each other. The Divine Dream competition is a ruin left behind by a god. Wow! Hearing the voices all around him, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He lined up with Yu and the others. Out of the way, we are Empyrean Dark North's people. If you don't want to die, then get out of here.